where all things said are allegedly. All things on this show are for entertainment purposes only. How's everybody doing this evening? Y'all, hold on one second. There we go. I had to turn up the light on my screen so I can see everybody's comments. Hey. I am doing well, Tarot Destiny. Hopefully you're doing well as well. I kind of slept in today. It looked like I was going to need it. Y'all, it snowed most of yesterday, and then it rained and snowed off and on all day today. So I had to get out there early because I didn't know it was raining. And when it rains and snows, you could end up with like sheets of ice. So I didn't want anybody falling outside of my property, sliding across no ice. So I had to get out there and handle my business. Oh, Austin, I hope you feel better, love. Oh, you said dealing with it in Cleveland? Oh, I could just imagine y'all right up the street. Oh, thank you. Said you like the Gambit shirt. Hey. Baby, I ain't doing no readings on Krishan. Yeah, if you want to read no Krishan tonight, I'm sorry to tell you, you're not gonna get it. And I'm not tapping into Krishan. Her energy is too tumultuous, and I need my energy. Like where her head is right now, it would drain me. I can't do it. And at this point, she makes me angry at this point because that baby is defenseless. It ain't nothing that he can do. He can't get up and walk away. He needs somebody that's really going to take care of him and be there for him because he's special needs. And when it comes to children, I get offended. So I ain't tapping into not a damn thing that got to do with rockhead ass Krishan. But I will tell you this: Krishan need to quit playing those street games. She needs to quit playing those street games. You cannot bounce back and forth between sets. Yeah, I saw that Beyonce is going to be at the Met Gala. Taylor, Taylor Mercedes, I've already done a reading on NM6. That actually got a deep dive. Meg's new lawyers. It, she trying to fight MAGA with MAGA. What she doesn't understand is, or what she's trying to fail to understand, allegedly, in my opinion, since she want to be an asshole, she feels like in her mind, since she has wrapped her thoughts around Millie being the mouthpiece of Tory, if MAGA is helping Tory, they have to be helping Milagro. What she's going to end up doing is forcing MAGA to help Milagro. Everything she does is only going to help Milagro be bigger and bigger. It's already on my page, y'all. Y'all got to go back through my readings from last year. That's how I know y'all. I love y'all for coming here on Wednesday, but y'all don't be watching my deep dives. And I don't want to just keep regurgitating stuff that I've already talked about because that's not fair to the people who watch all of my stuff for me to keep tapping into and keep tapping into the same thing. Well, I'm so glad you think my nails are ugly. Guess what else is ugly? You getting put off this channel. Bye. But yeah, I did a whole deep dive. I tapped into it. I tapped into that energy last year. I told y'all she was going to experiment on new sounds. I told y'all that she was going to come out the gate swinging. She was going to come, really, really bar heavy. She was going to experiment with sounds that we haven't heard her tap into. Expect her to go off into her culture. Oh, no apology is necessary, sweetie. You're fine. Yeah, she's going to tap off into her culture. You're going to hear more sounds of, the islands in her music. And people are going to be surprised in the textures that she uses in her music, but it's going to be nice surprises. It's going to be a full evolution of who she is. So I have tapped into that. Said question, if we get into the paid part, are we able to discuss what you said or do sound bites? We talk about a whole bunch of stuff over there on the membership. We have uh, Thursday nights, which is more off into like, spiritual conversations. It's Thursday is not like Wednesday. Wednesday is more for pop culture. Thursday is more for spirituality. Monday, I teach you how to read tarot. And every Monday, we find something that is in the media, and all of us read together. And I teach you the breakdown of the cards. And I help you to learn not the way that I read, but to read according to your understanding. Because I don't think that it's always a good thing to teach people to do things exactly the way you do it, because you have your intuition, you have your spirit guide. So I think that it's really important for you to tap into what it is that you do, because eventually you're going to find a cutoff where you're not learning with me anymore, and you need to be confident in the way that you tap in and how to use your gift. But I think for those that are in membership, you're going to enjoy it. My membership people, I got a deep dive coming for you guys. That it's a spinoff from the Boy Is Mine tour. So that's going to be in membership, and it'll probably I'll probably do it to where it premieres right after you get out of membership class. So I would have done it today, y'all, but I stayed in that bed, and me, my pillows, and my comforters was all in there together like this. Oh, thank you, Tarot Destiny says. Truly highly recommend joining the channel to include tarot class. You'll love it. Yeah, and I'm giving you a super, super reasonable price to have a live tarot class every single Monday where you can ask me anything about the 78 cards in the tarot deck. I do want to go back because I did one tap in where I taught people how to read gypsy style with actual poker cards. So I'm going to bring that back where we go back into learning with the poker cards. And then I want to show you how to use the poker cards for clarifiers with the tarot deck. So I think we're going to do that coming up this next Monday, because that's the way I actually learned to read. I learned to read with poker cards. So if you have intuition, you could pretty much use anything. My old school people, my OGs, Y'all remember I used Uno cards, the Barbie Uno cards. I used those to read for Blueface, and I told y'all they wanted to give him 4 to 6 more years. They offered him 4 years. Of course, he didn't stay 4 years, but we pulled it with the Uno cards out of all things. And yes, I did see. Thank you, Lakia. I did see that Erica Banks got arrested again. Who we gonna tap into Miss Erica Banks first this evening? Said, have I ever done bone readings? No, I don't do bone readings. I don't do bones or shells. That's not my thing. Said I definitely use regular poker decks as my tarot cards. Any type of cards possible, I use. I've even used dice. Believe it or not, I've used dice. I'm not going to tap too far off into that Candace Owens Kirk situation, and the reason why is because it's certain things you can get a knock on the door, and I'm not about to tap into anything that y'all can't protect me from. Yes, some people do actually read with bones, Jazzy. You said you use tarot and oracle. Yeah, y'all gotta remember certain things can put me in a in a line of fire, literally. I already got certain people watching me because of what I already have, pulled so far. And certain things, if I tap into it because of the nature of it, it may not go on the regular channel. It may just go straight to membership because it may be a little too confrontational or a little too sensitive. So it'll go to membership. Is that like the movie Spell? I didn't watch the movie Spell. So as far as spiritually, I'm not worried. I'm talking about men in black coming to knock on your door. Spiritually, I don't worry. No, I didn't see Desiree actually showed up to Quee's hearing. This the first time I've heard of that. Well, I know they watch me. I ain't worried about no file or nothing like that. Said I guess it's Erica Banks over Erica Kirk. Um, yes, yes. I'd rather go from busted to busted than to get off into some stuff that can have me in the X Files. Said Loretta Devine did bone readings in the movie, and that's why I was mentioning. I mean, some people do bone readings. That's not for me. That's not what I do. And the people who do that, they're very accurate. That's just not what I do. Said, yep, Queese was on Spaces talking about it and said that she said out of her mouth that she's been watching him and the Barbs. Not surprised. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I told y'all they be watching. You thought I was joking? How many of y'all remember when I said the people who be watching me got people watching them? Who remembers me saying that? Now y'all know I'm not joking. Now you know I'm not joking. Said her subpoena got denied. Well, look at God. He said, I love you. Oh, why, thank you. God bless you. I told y'all that was like a year, almost a year and a half ago. Like the people that watch me got people watching them. Isaiah, it's not necessarily that the appeal got denied. What they were asking for was for them to publish their decision on why they denied it. They refused to publish their decision. So now it goes above them to the Supreme Court of California. And then when it goes above them to the Supreme Court of California, the Supreme Court of California is who gets the next go round when it comes to making a decision. Um, and remember, I told y'all that this case is going to create case study law. So it would have been better for them to look at what they did, reassess it, and post it themselves and correct it themselves, but they chose not to. So remember, we told y'all that the more they hold him back, the more people get exposed. The higher it goes, it's like a chain link fence. You pick up more and more and more people as you go, more people get in trouble. So every time they have to take it up the ladder, is more people that get in trouble, get taken out with the trash. So, y'all, let me anoint my hands. We gonna tap into Erica Banks. And let's see what the heck Erica Banks got going on, honey, because this is her second time this year. This year alone, from I want to say the summer until now, getting into like some serious trouble. She went to the airport. She was apprehended at the airport for getting caught with the firearm. It was said that that firearm was stolen. Now we're talking about her getting pulled over. She was a passenger. The person driving was caught with cannabis, and she got caught with enough e pills in her purse to where they said that pretty much her and the driver both were going to be charged with distribution. Now, here's what takes an even more messed up turn. The story was updated and they said that the car was stolen. So now you got a stolen car, you got X pills, you got weed, and both of you are looking at distribution. The driver is being held accountable for being in possession of the stolen vehicle. They said what got them pulled over is that they had one of those tinted license plate covers, which are supposed to be illegal in the state of Georgia. Oh, excuse me. Um, I will say this: if there is trafficking involved, okay, it was very, 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 very stupid to ride around with that license plate, you know, covered like that. Because anytime you are out here doing something you ain't got no business doing, the last thing you need to do is call any attention to yourself. The smallest thing that can get you pulled over can get you messed up. Now, also, that means neither one of them know their rights, because there's no way that a basic routine traffic stop should have led to the vehicle being searched. You do have the right to ask the officer What is the due process to them searching you? Probable cause has to align with you being searched. That plate on the back of the car was not probable cause, but what end up putting them in what looks like probable cause is that they ran those plates and those plates came back funny and it appeared that they were in a stolen car. So once it showed that y'all were in a stolen car or something was wrong with those plates, everything else was up in the air. I'm pretty sure if those plates didn't come back stolen, the car didn't come back hot, they wouldn't have searched the car and their persons. So let's see, what deck are we about to use for Miss Busset to bust it? I don't know what Erica going through, but girl, you was doing them $10,000 lap dances that I knew wasn't gonna go past the first one. Now you getting caught with what looks like stolen weapons at the airport out of all places. And y'all, everything at the airport is considered federal. The airport and the casino is all federal. So you do not want to get in trouble in those places. And I hope for her sake that another reason why they didn't search her is because they could smell something in the air. Because that's not legal in the state of Georgia. So I would suggest, Erica, and this before I tap in, whether you have a problem or not, you need to tell your lawyer to ask the judge if they can put you in a rehabilitation program and put that towards you working on bettering yourself in exchange for you possibly getting locked up for real. Tell them, hey, I need to go to rehab and put me on probation. Because you having this happen right after getting caught at the airport with a firearm that was stolen, see, it's already messed up that you got caught at the airport with a firearm, but you wouldn't have been the first one. A couple of celebrities and got caught at the airport with a firearm, but it was registered to them. They got in trouble, had to pay a fine. You got caught with something stolen. So T.I. and Tiny, their daughter Zonique, Lotto, several people been caught at the airport with firearms, but if it's registered to you, you stand a way better chance. So y'all, let's tap into Erica Banks. What's going on with Erica Banks? What's happening with Erica Banks behind the scenes? What's going on with her legally? Mm, 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 mm. So we got your strength card here. Three of Swords, that represents heartbreak. Eight of Swords, which represents going to jail. So they have what looks like a very strong case against her. And the reason why it looks like a strong case against her is because at this point she's a repeat offender in the same year. And I don't know how many pills she had on her, but if they saying it's enough for distribution, you had to have a sizable amount. Okay, so Ten of Pentacles, Nine of Cups. Um, Everything that's said is alleged and for entertainment purposes only. Wish fulfillment, Ten of Pentacles. This feels like somebody was riding around and getting it, okay? Hmm. Two of Cups, Five of Swords. So it's like her and the person she was riding with is conflict and communication. Also, it looks like she may have got off into this due to a relationship that she's in. Girl, you if you date the dope boy, you don't have to become the dope boy. What are we doing here? Hmm. The World and the Six of Pentacles. So everything came to an end. This is going to mess up her getting any more money. It feels like this was, riding around on a mission, riding around and getting it. Seven of Swords, being sneaky or strategic. Um, Ace of Wands, this was supposed to be a straight trip. This feels like this was supposed to be from point A to point B. The feels like this is something that they may have done before and it wasn't such a big deal. Um, should have been more strategic. The Moon. So she's got a lot going on behind the scenes, and she has no idea what's to come with this court case. Um, Damn. I heard Carly Red was the one that came and bailed her out. Yeah, Nine of Wands, King of Cups. It's like keep your mouth shut no matter how you feel. Don't worry about it. You'll be in and out. Hi, John Clark. Yeah, this was supposed to be in and out. So it looks like somebody told her, listen, if you get knocked, you get caught, don't say shit, keep your mouth shut, keep your mouth shut, keep your mouth closed. You ain't gonna be there for too long. You'll be in and out. Just be quiet. So yeah, this feels organized, y'all. Feels organized. Two of Swords and the Fool. So yeah, she took a leap of faith, took a chance, and boom, Two of Swords. Just like that. Got caught up. Y'all, it's like the police just whipped up on them. Ace of Wands to the King of Swords. They didn't see this coming until it was too late. They didn't see this coming until it was too late. By the time they seen this, police were already on their ass. So this gives me one of those, you know, and I know y'all seen this before. You know how you riding, and if you're not scanning the road, you're not paying attention, you won't see that officer that's off in the cut. You know how the officer like parked like this off in the cut, and if you speeding or you're not paying attention, by the time you see them, they literally whip up behind you because they were parked like this. Yeah, and they little waiting spot. Exactly. Yeah, state troopers. State troopers, and police in suburban areas. They will park off in the cut, and depending on what color of their car, by the time you see them, they whipped out on you already. You said we have them everywhere on the highway in Massachusetts. Yeah. Yep, hiding in the bushes, absolutely. Or you got those embankments, and they'll literally they'll park parallel. And if you don't know how to scan those roads, you don't know how to scan those streets, you will not see them. So once again, here's this lover card, which is like, working in tandem with someone, collaborating with someone to get this money. Ten of coins, Queen of Wands. Anybody know Erica Banks' sign? You said in ATL they target bright red cars. She's a Libra. Thank you. So, Lord, something about them stuck out. And I'm not necessarily sure if it was just that license plate. Something about them stuck out. How you riding dirty and you ain't paying attention? You the first one that should be at 10 and 2 and doing what the hell you supposed to be doing. No, she been left 1501. Yeah, 5 of cups. Lots of regret, shame, public humiliation because of a chance she took. The foolish decision, taking a leap of faith. Also, this is falling under the 2 of cups, which is also talking about soulmate energy, relationship energy. I don't know if the person in the car is somebody that she in a relationship with, or possibly, encouraged to do things or trying to do things, side by side with the person she in a relationship with. Baby, you better stay on them sidewalks. The street ain't for everybody. 9 of Pentacles. The world to the 9 of Pentacles. So this is going to really mess up a lot of her opportunities. Her money is about to be screwed. So if she thought she was having issues with making money in collaborations, this is going to really, really put her in a bind. Girl, you better have that damn OnlyFans hopping like the trap. I tell you that, because this look like you ain't gonna be able to go on no tour unless you got a hell of a crazy lawyer. Your lawyer got to be a shark, and this feel like you gonna have to drop down a retainer that looks like you buying a house. And not know any kind of house. We talking about spacious and palatial. Yeah. Empress, Judgment, 7 of Swords. Yeah, she's been hiding a lot. Her lifestyle is not close by far to what anybody thinks it is. And it's like the Empress is like she's trying to, bring things into fruition, trying to come out like she in this big mama energy, but she's going to face judgment for that. Also, this foolish decision, this leap of faith. It feels like she been into some things for a minute, but this is the type of energy where if you're not really you're not really from the street. If you really, really, really not from the street, this is the worst time ever to be in the street. Actually, this is the time where everybody should be getting out of the street, getting some jobs, starting some businesses, putting your money into something where you can figure out how to get out of the streets. Because I'm gonna tell y'all something. Ever since Big U got caught up and things start getting crazy with the economy, oh man, Instead of you worrying about if my nails are sanitary or not, let's find you your way back out in the street. There you go. Because you probably got short nails and don't wash your hands after you wipe your ass. So, y'all, the streets are really, really about to get raided in a way that we haven't seen in a very long time. The energy with these raids and what's happening out here in the streets is going to be like how the feds hit the streets in the 90s and everybody was leaving up north to go down south because they had, feds and dogs on the freeway going in and out of cars. This is not the time to be getting into the game when you don't know nothing about it and you ain't street for real. Whoo, Lord. Yeah, them jump out boys. Y'all laughing. They shouldn't have tried me. The streets is definitely not where it's at right now. But for someone who don't know nothing about being in the street and you a woman, no ma'am. Now here she is, the Justice card, which represents Libra and balance. She's got a lot of secrets, and it's going to be time for her to really, really, really figure out what she wants to do with her life. And it's sad because Georgia's a state that don't play. Georgia is a state that don't play. You don't want to be got caught in like Tennessee, Georgia, Texas, Florida. It's just not where you want to be. Hell, Louisiana either. Show me this in and out energy. What is this in and out energy? Because I feel like this was supposed to just be a quick ride in and out. Queen of Wands, Five of Pentacles. Yeah, Five of Pentacles because they didn't make it. Now it ain't just you didn't get the money from the trip you were supposed to make. Baby, you down bad. Instead of being up 10, you down 10. So, oh Lord. This feel like you owe in every which possible way. You know, them legal fees, your lawyer, court fees, possible, probation fees if they allow her to get probation. Cause this look like they want to send her to jail, y'all. I ain't gonna even play with you. And it's because this is her second serious offense in less than 6 months. So it's not too many people that she can go to for help right now. People, the communication is very flimsy. She's sorry that she got herself into this situation. The car, sorry about getting caught up with this car. Because remember, y'all, the car is stolen. And that wasn't initially released, but they updated the story to let us know it was stolen. So she is not going to catch that stolen car um, charge. The driver is, but that controlled substance, it ain't going to play with her. And they said it was ecstasy pills, but God forbid they find anything else outside of ecstasy. Hopefully, they not laced. Damn, wait a minute. All of these came out face down. Hold on. Oh, shit. Yeah, her money messed up. And it's like she was trying to go in a new direction and end up going for broke and went broke. Got exposed. And it's feel like she got exposed with somebody that she be partying with. and trying to go in a new direction, and it didn't pan out. Unrequited offer, Four of Cups, Five of Pentacles. She's deep in debt, lots of shame, humiliation, once again exposed. I would say, no matter what this situation is, if she wants some leniency from the court, she needs to say that she got a habit and she want to go to rehab. Point blank, period. Be proactive and tell your lawyer to tell the judge you need to go to rehab. Don't let these people take you to trial. Please do not let these people take you to trial. You said the time that she got caught in is so bougie. What was she thinking? There's many cops out there. Baby, I can't tell you what she was thinking, but she need to tell those people that she got a problem. Thank you, Jazzy. Yeah, Tiff Moore said drug court is a thing. Hello and grand evening. Thank you. Yep, said just like 50 Cent did back in the day when he got busted. Tell them you got a problem. Go to rehab. Go to them drops, whenever they want you to go. I don't know if they're going to be ugly and make you do those color counts where they can call you at random and be like, up, color yellow, you got to come pee right now. Do them drops. Make it a part of the damn show. Had a show, do a whole segment on getting help and knowing when you got a problem. Make some money out of this so that you can pay the court back, you can pay your lawyer back, and write some damn music on the show. Turn this into your content. Because if you don't, I'm looking at prison. They want to send you to prison. You don't want to be in the county going, upstate for a year. Girl, you short with three asses. You ain't gonna do too well in there. They send you in lockup. Okay? You don't want to be in lockup for too long when you about this tall with three asses. Tell them you got a problem. Nine of Cups, her wish fulfillment. It's like she's trying to consider her options, her wish fulfillment. This is also the card of being inebriated and having a problem. Says she need to talk to Miss Pat. Hell, I just told her what Miss Pat gonna tell her, don't say nothing. You don't know nothing. I got a problem. I'm up to 20 pills a day. Girl, tell them whatever you need to tell them. Go to rehab. Tell them you need treatment. Tell Mona you want to focus on this as your story. That way you don't get fired from your job. Because they would love to exploit this and give you all the camera time. When people find out you got all the camera time to talk about being a pill head, everybody gonna want to be in your damn footage. Like, oh my God, I didn't know it was that bad. Me and her hung out all the time. I mean, I would have never known. Now, I doubt if she ever watched this. She probably ain't never heard of me. But if you hear my voice, if you see this might sound like jokes, but I'm dead serious. Don't go to trial and blow. Don't go to trial and blow. They gonna say, you a repeat offender. You a thug. You look like one of those drug dealers' girlfriends. Don't do it. Get you one of them long church skirts. You know, the one that's long in the front and short in the back. One of them sanctified skirts. And, show yourself in church trying to get right with Jesus. Use it, all of it as footage. Six of coins, six of wands. Moving on forward victoriously to get money under the table. And this falls under an unrequited offer, shame and regret. Y'all laughing. I'm dead serious. Have them play trade in my life in the background, damn it. You listen, we need some dramatic effect here. You got to show these people that you have changed. Matter of fact, you ain't just changed, you changed it. You wouldn't be the first person in Atlanta got caught with a whole purse full of pills. Just don't be the one they make an example out of. So she's thinking about her stability. And y'all, listen, when you get to a certain age, I know the ones that are rough around the edges appear to be fun, okay? That should stop being fun after reality sets into view. Those guys that you think are square, get you a square that know how to box. Cause I promise you, whoever you've been dating, whatever you've been doing, it ain't working for you. You not meant for this. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. You trying to be a hot girl when you should have been finding stability being a wife. It's nothing wrong with being a wife. It's actually one of the greatest things ever if you're in a healthy relationship. These city girls, hot girls, thoughts, hookers, hoes, all of them, they down bad right now. Everybody want to rap about not being a wife. It's starting to look better and better. You get into these types of situations. Because you too old to be making these types of decisions. This is dumb as hell. Hey, you say I love me a square Rubik's Cube, man. Yes, sir. The rappers, thugs, and drug dealers, hell no. Listen, you make it past 25, okay? You make it past 25, you need to start making some grown woman decisions. One of the biggest grown woman decisions you can make is stop making these types of men the focal point where you want to be Bonnie and Clyde. Did y'all pay attention to the end of the story with Bonnie and Clyde? They crashed out. They didn't make it. Yeah, they went down in history, but they went down in infamy. Whether it's a female or not. Thelma and Louise. What happened with Thelma and Louise? They went over the cliff. They passed crashing out. So that explains who she was in the car with. This is the lover then, because I'm looking at lovers cards of soulmate. Lord, you got the devil card here falling under judgment. Seven of Cups. This is toxicity attached to being inebriated and being attached to inebriants. If that's a word, I don't know. I just made it up. I don't understand these for my man women, okay? You call me difficult, you say what you want to. Some of this stuff you ain't gonna get me to do. It's just not gonna happen. You want me to do the what with who with where? Wait on it. You said the word sound good. Thank you. I thought it did. If it's not a word, it is now. Four of Pentacles. So, her being stubborn, this looks like she's gonna have to pray, because I'm telling you, look like she got a very stern judge, Four of Pentacles, and this is gonna be a hangman for her. And this is why I'm telling y'all she need to come in off the gate. I have a problem. I have a problem. Can I please get in the program? Because if you say I got a problem, they have to put that on the record. They have to acknowledge it, and they have to offer you something to help you if you say you got a problem. You said if your man loved you, he wouldn't even put you in that position to crash out like this. Philly, 1000%. But this new generation of YNs are male and female, and the females are bigger YNs than the males. I don't know why they got so much testosterone, and they feel like they got to prove that they nuts is heavy. They can have all of that, proving that they hyper masculine and they want to be cowboys. Girl, you can have it. I'm trying to be softer and softer every day. I want to wake up and do less than I did yesterday. Let me be soft. I ain't got time to be macho. Mm-mm. See what happened being macho? Being a macho YN. Listen, we looking at it right here. You love me, soften my life up. Make me soft. I dare you. You got Six of Wands, moving forward towards victory, towards progress, for love. Lord, I'm telling you, it just, I don't know if people watching too much TV, but everybody can't be Meech and Terry when they grow up. What you mean? What about you, Maurice? So they thought they was just gonna be out here in love and in felonies. That's gonna be their new reality show, Love and Felonies. King of Wands in reverse, King of Pentacles. Lord. So this other person got a history of just not knowing how to act. They get to the money, but they screw up. So you know how to pick them. You done got you a stunkle who a whole gangster in reverse. Cause how you get into the money, but you always crashing out? That's not gangster for real. Real gangsters move in silence. Yes, a stunkle. And here it is. Like I said, allegedly, if there's an addiction issue, because this is the card of being inebriated, it needs to come to a rest. It feels like clear thoughts and decisions can't be made until there is a rest from turning up. Yeah. So, oh Lord, Four of Cups to the Eight of Pentacles. This is definitely not working out on their behalf. They got to figure out how they gonna come up with the money because things did not work out with this work. Damn, y'all paid everybody but yourselves. Pat yourself on the back. Knight of Cups. So it looked like somebody gonna take an offer. Somebody gonna plea. It feels very smart in this situation. I promise you. Take a plea. Tell them you got a problem. Don't get out here trying to do the most and prove no point. Don't take your ass to court. Take the plea because it feels like law enforcement is offering you a plea. They're gonna let you plea. Work with your lawyer to plea it down to the lowest possible situation. If you got to do lifetime probation, which is up to like what, 5 years, take that damn probation, go on this show, cry until them damn lashes is heavy and you know, kind of pull your wig back a little bit, like it's about right here, okay? Because you need to look very serious and do some public service announcements about how you done traded in your life. You do that, I think you're gonna be fine. So let me get this YN foolishness off my table. Because Thelma and Louise definitely went off the cliff on this one and didn't get nothing out of it. Y'all know that wig be sitting real close to them eyebrows. And then she cut them extra medium, baby bangs that she called baby hair and them little wings. The girl, them baby hairs look like maxi pad wings. They just be right. Whew, good thing she wasn't in jail too long. Y'all know what it would have been like if they would have took that wig off? Whoo. Because you got to really stay in there. They take your wig. They take these. Y'all know them baby bangs? Shoot, I got natural baby hair. This is baby hair. You see this? That's baby hair. When you could take full curling irons and bump it and it look like a Chinese bang and you spritz it down and make it wind resistant and go that way, that is not baby hair. You say don't do that to me. I was laughing in front of this customer. Listen, you know what I'm talking about. Should it be so thick you got to use that pump it up or that Fantasia liquid mousse, and then you spray it and you set it, and then you got to make sure it's in place. So you knock on it. Oh, okay, it's ready. Whoo! I will tell you this though. I saw that mug shop, and her face is extra round. And I kept thinking to myself, like, Erica, girl, you've been eating real good. Like, can I get some recipes? Cause I got a full round face. But when you on that jail picture and this look like you've been eating real good, you'll come out beefy. You'll come out. So don't go in there because you don't want to be that popular. It's you got too much ass to be going to jail. It's just too much. They don't even know what cell they're gonna put you in. You might have to go in solitary confinement because your BBL might cause a riot. You cannot stir up those people like that. You shouldn't even want to go to jail if you got a BBL. You think you get attention out here? What are you expecting? BBLs is for outside. You're not supposed to restrict yourself to solitary confinement with a BBL. You don't get a BBL to go hide or play, keep away with it in the shower. She gonna have to get some custom prison pants. They don't make, you know, you get Wranglers and them stiff ass pants when you go to jail. Like, what you gonna wear a jumpsuit every day that you can't even give you no pants? You gotta wear one of them damn jumpsuits because your ass too big. Why would you get your body done to go to jail? You know how many people gonna be lined up to play touch 'em up? You said I had to act like I sneezed. The way I just hollered with this customer in line who talking about excuse me. Ooh, so they need to make a separate weed for BBL population. I'm telling you, that is just too much turmoil. You can't get your body done and go to prison. How did you in there all that perky ass and titties that just distracting everybody from being rehabilitated and whatnot? People catching extra charges because they confused. I know I wouldn't spend all that damn ass to hide it somewhere where I can't even take a proper hot shower. You said don't even think about using the bathroom. I mean, well, they got that stainless steel toilet. Whatever the amenities are in there. So there's quite a few BBL warriors in there already. Yes, it is, but they ain't got five asses. Erica went back and was gluttonous. I ain't gonna even lie, her first one was nice. The first one looked cornbread fed. The doctor had it with some jiggle to it. It looked like it could have actually been her ass. That one looked good. She went back and got a rhinoceros ass and just messed it all up. How you gonna go in there with a ass that look like it's a stampede? Every time somebody see you coming, it's oh my God. I thought can't nobody even walk past you in the hallway because you got extra ass and hips. Like, you don't get that to go to jail. I don't know what made her go back and get that second one. The first one really looked good. It did. The first one, it looked cornbread fed. This one looked like she's supposed to be one of them rides that it's a small world after all. Like, you just hop on her back and she carry you across the park. I don't know why she went back. I don't know any man that told her that something was wrong with it and she had to go back and get another one. I doubt any man told her that at all. That was personal. That was how she felt she wanted to look because that first one looked great. I would love to know who the doctor was with the first one because that first one, I can't even lie. That first one was magnificent. That second one looked like something that you see in a haunted house. And then you already short, so you gonna gain weight. It's gonna get wider. It's gonna grow, and it's gonna you gonna need. She ain't gonna be able to wear pants after a while. She gonna have to wear like choir robes with belts on them. Just say it. You gotta know when enough is a damn enough. You're already damn short. Yeah, the first one was on point. It looked nice. This one is what nightmares is made of. Like she sit down too fast, she gonna throw out her last piece of her damn spine. The coccyx gonna be oh. Chiropractor gonna catch hell trying to untwist her back every 3 months. So I don't know if y'all heard about the lady on YouTube who claims she went to federal prison, was locked up for 4 months, and she was locked up with Sean Puffy Combs' actual mother. Now, I ain't gonna play this whole thing. Let me see if I can find it, y'all. Would you say you not right for that one? Hell, she ain't right for that ass. And the doctor ain't right either. Said risking your life to get another BBL is insane to me. You said you saw that video on TikTok. Yeah, I had it sent to me on TikTok, but the first time I watched it on YouTube because I sent it to my sister last night. Let me see. Let me see. Okay. So her name is Jackie with a Q. So y'all go to her page. Her name is Jackie with a Q. Hold on, let's see. I recently purchased the most popular don't nobody care online come on and decided to test it with you. If you have Keisha Combs, you don't never talk. They don't never. Okay. Mama, right? About 30 years ago, close to 30. This is what she looked like, right? It was 95, 96. It was about 95 or 96, right? I want to say it might have been 96. I'm not sure. I think it was 95, right? 95, I went to the federal camp in Alderson, West Virginia, right? I had to do 4 months. Not a long time, but I had to do 4 months in Alderson, West Virginia, right? And at this particular time, it was Tom Arnold's sister was there. They say Redman's sister was there. I'm not. She looked like it. I don't know if that was them. Now you hear what she said. Tom Arnold's sister was there, and Redman's sister was there. It was a little dark. I didn't talk to her, right? But this was like 95. Maybe top. It was top of 96, y'all. It was because I got it in April. I went in January, got it in April. I got convicted in 95. Okay, yeah, it was in the top of 96. I was there from January to April. I got out in April, right? And so, people talk, right? I never had visitors because I didn't want nobody to come see me because I was only going to be there 4 months, and I didn't need nobody. I'll see y'all when I get out, right? Well, there was people, everybody talking, and said that Diddy's mama was there. Now, this was before I actually knew what Janice Cruz looked like. This in the 90s. I ain't really paying no attention. I don't know I didn't know what she looked like, right? And so the lady, I knew the lady, right? She was involved with the church. She was an older lady, and she was involved with the church. Diddy looked exactly like this woman. Skin tone, the mouth. Okay. So, Jackie with the Q. That's her page. I ain't gonna play the whole thing. Shout out to her. It's not a long video. I want to tap into her claims about her being in Alderson federal prison with Sean Puffy Combs' alleged birth mother. She said she had never seen Janice Combs at the time, but Janice Combs and this woman are two totally different people. She also mentioned Diddy's sister, Keisha. So I don't know if y'all know about his sister, but Diddy does have a sister named Keisha. Her last name is no longer Combs because she got married I want to say late 90s, early 2000s. So she hasn't been a Combs in a long time. But she said that Diddy used to bring his entourage with him to see her in the visiting area in the feds. And this is how everybody found out this is his supposed alleged birth mom. Yeah, Frosty, he got a sister named Keisha. Keisha stay out the way, and I don't blame her. If I'm not mistaken, Keisha's the older sibling. All right, let's tap into this lady's allegations. Is this his actual birth mom? Thanks to whoever brought this up in membership when you said that you heard Janice was his auntie. I said, regardless of whoever she is, she the one that raised him and allegedly messed him up. So, she was his mother figure. But let's tap into this claim. Says she's younger. Well, that I know they're close in age. Um, they lied about how old she is. So she actually may be older than him. And the reason why I'm saying this is because they tried to say she was born in the 90s, but she couldn't have been born in the 90s because she got married in like the late 90s or 2000s. She wouldn't have been getting married way back then if she was born in the late 90s. So, okay, so she's married to one of the music producers for Diddy. I didn't know. I couldn't remember who she was married to because she's been married for a long time. But they do have pictures with her. People just didn't know that was his sister. Show me, is this Diddy's actual mother that was in the feds? Is this Diddy's actual mother that was in the feds? Is this Diddy's actual mother in the feds? Okay, she goes by Det now. Seven of Wands, Page of Wands. Okay, so this is very, very interesting. Seven of Wands represents defense or standing up for yourself. Page of Wands. Um, Something happened with her that may have led to what should have been considered self-defense. Now, I don't know what this lady is in the feds for. Okay. Now, remember who Diddy's father used to be when he was alive. Remember, Diddy's father worked under Frank Lucas. So chances are, if his mom, if this is his actual mom, and she went to the feds, it could have been in alignment with that line of work with Frank Lucas. Six of Cups. Six of Cups represents the past. Leap of faith, a foolish decision from the past. Strength and the Nine of Pentacles. Y'all, his mama was getting money. Nine of Pentacles, independent woman. Let's say his mom was an entrepreneur and she had a strong presence that ended up being laid to rest. Damn. King of Cups. King of Cups, the water sign, the Four of Wands. This is crazy. So, y'all, it feels like Diddy's mom and dad were Bonnie and Clyde. Three of Pentacles, Three of Cups. Yeah, these two ran an empire together, not just a relationship. Before I go any further, all things said are for entertainment purposes only. All things said are alleged, allegedly. There was a lot of talk about these two. They used to be really hot in the party circuit. Um, they were very well known, very well known. Was the talk what got them caught up? Now, remember I said, was the talk what got them caught up? Ten of Wands, King of Pentacles, Seven of Pentacles. It was a lot invested. Um, it feels like when the person who was the head of the operation, the person who was making it happen, got caught up, it brought a lot of hardship to her that she couldn't have got from up under. She got caught up due to possibly somebody being investigated. Right. Said her mom was the lady who got arrested with his dad. Come on, Johnson Queen. Lots of anxiety. And this is weird, y'all, because it starts off with the Seven of Wands, which represents defense. It feels like somebody was supposed to pay for her defense attorney, but they turned and went in another direction because Page of Wands was at the bottom of my deck. Y'all, I'm about to go out on a limb. This is a hell of a rabbit hole. And it's starting to make sense to me why Diddy has so little respect for Janice Combs. Sincere Russell, you took the words right out my brain. Instead of paying for her lawyer, she ran off on the plug. She took the money and the work and started a whole new life. Allegedly, allegedly, allegedly. I would not be surprised if that house she bought in money making Mount Vernon was out of their money and kept her children and lived off of her life. Oh, bitch. I always knew that Janice was the devil, but damn. We gonna see if Melvin was with it, because you gotta remember Melvin died. So we got lots of anxiety here. Um, she was very young and in love. Um, damn. Yeah, I don't think she realized that somebody they bent the corner on her, that they switched up until she was already in the system. Full exposure. She was thrown under the bus, completely thrown away over everything that she invested in. Seven of Pentacles. But baby, this is that you reap what you sow, better get a seamstress. Wouldn't that be crazy? Like, I don't know if she's still alive, y'all, because this lady said this was like 30 years ago. She got locked up in like the beginning of 1996, which was the same year that Tupac died. So you got to think about it. This was the beginning of Diddy becoming who he was. Diddy was just getting his feet off the ground, getting his company moving. Yeah, I do remember Narita said her pulling him from school. The Magician and the Two of Pentacles. Yeah, this is like, y'all imagine calling home. Imagine calling home, okay? Because it's like, this wasn't no email, no cell phones, none of that. Imagine calling home, you're on the payphone, and you're trying to check on your children, trying to check on your lawyer, find out what's going on. Is somebody gonna come and get you out? Do they got your lawyer? And this person is like, yeah, 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 I'm trying to make it happen. They blowing smoke up your ass, and then they start telling you, well, I'm juggling. I'm trying to see what I can do. I'm trying to see what I can do. I'm trying to see what I can do. And then time just starts rolling by. And you like, well, just please do me a favor, keep my kids, keep my children while we figure this out. And then you realize, ain't no coming back. Knight of Cups. Three of Pentacles. Now remember, y'all, I said they were heavy on the party scene. People knew them. They lived an extravagant life. They lived an exotic life. They lived a fast life. I'm channeling the word swingers. Okay, so offer coming from the past. What is this offer coming from the past? Said my family was Baptist, but my aunt put my cousin in Catholic school trying to be bougie. Queen of Swords, Ace of Wands. So, this is the crazy part. It looks like Diddy's mom was actually the brains of the operation, but his dad got credit. Well, at this time, this isn't the time of grooming him. I'm tapping into how his mom, his alleged birth mom, got locked up. There's no grooming yet. Um, Queen of Swords. His mother was the smart one. She was the businesswoman. How in the world did they both go to jail and he got out and she didn't is what's kind of throwing me. So we got the King of Cups, the Emperor, and the Seven of Swords. So Melvin was underhanded. He was sneaky, couldn't be trusted. Damn, y'all. Oh my gosh. We got the crisscross applesauce here. We talking about the triple cross. I just asked, how did he get out and she stayed in? That's right, Charm. Snaked her, Seven of Swords. The rumor was he snitched, but he snitched on his baby mama to get out. We always heard the rumor that he snitched. He snitched on his BM. She was the brains, he was the muscle. What he didn't understand is muscle was nothing without the brains. That's why he didn't last too long. Well, looked like Diddy got it honest from his daddy. Cause he sure enough was at that airport like fuck them kids. Now we know where he get it from. The Star and the Knight of Swords. Like your daddy was a sucker. And your whole life you've been looking up to gangsters, trying to make yourself out to be who you thought your daddy was. And your daddy was a lame. Just like you. Just like your funeral flowers sending ass son. Man, you your daddy's son for real. Oh, damn. Usually you do what you gotta do to make sure the mama stay out here with the children. So the star under the Three of Cups. Star represents healing. It also represents birthing announcements. It also represents being high profile, being the center of attention, just like the Queen of Wands. And this is falling under the Three of Cups, because remember I said they were on the party scene. They were very well known. Um, Word got around really, really fast. Queen of Pentacles, King of Pentacles, Ten of Wands, Queen of Pentacles. He put the Ten of Wands on her back. This was his wife, not Janice. Janice wasn't his wife. The one who was locked up was his wife. I didn't even look at the bottom of the deck, y'all. Eight of Swords. His wife went to jail. Now they say that Janice is his auntie. You snitched on your wife. You don't even have to testify against your husband or wife. Damn. Yeah, the Empress, the Nine of Swords, she was in heavy anxiety. So it feel like things start going downhill, y'all. Like it feel like they problems started when she ended up pregnant by him, the lovers. And chances are, um, damn, this is a different type of grimy. Which side of the family is Janice from? Two of Cups, Knight of Swords, Two of Cups. Um, that's full exposure for the soulmates, messages going around. What side of the family is Janice on? Masculine, feminine card. The devil. Okay, spirit guys, y'all being funny, but I will say she's on the demonic side of the family. She sure is. Um, Janice is on the father's side of the family, y'all. She's on the father's side of the family. Her energy leans towards the father. So all that curses all over the family with the twins, the daughter that never seen around them. Word on the street is they don't even know their own sisters. They think their mom is the reason. King of Swords. Yeah, yeah. She was forced to take a plea deal. She had to eat this time. Word went out on the street. So the word hit the street that she caught this case. She ate this time. Who saw this paperwork? Who saw this paperwork? Y'all, this a web. When I say this a hell of a web, who saw this paperwork? The one that laid Melvin to rest. Because of his lover. You can. Whoo, damn. I don't know if 50 know all of this. I know he's possibly heard some stories. You got Eight of Pentacles, which represents that work. Nine of Wands, the wounded warrior. Seven of Cups. Yeah, this person considered their options, how they were going to make this happen. This is somebody who could have worked side by side with him, somebody that could have been friends with him, somebody who knew him well. They found out what he did, this underhanded deed that he did, and they decided to take out the trash. This was someone that knew Melvin very well. Yeah, this will be a hell of a show. 50 produced this one. He got a winner. This a man who took him out, from what I can see, allegedly. But this feels like someone who worked with him, somebody who was side by side with him, somebody who knew him very well. I ain't gonna even lie to y'all. This is somebody who could have knew him so well that they ended up being a pallbearer. Yep. And this is how they decided to get balanced through a new beginning, close the cycle. Now we up one. Queen of Wands. And here's Janice. Balance through a new beginning, brand new life. Gets to be the center of attraction, and she is the belle of the ball, the party queen. Three of Cups, the Star, the Wheel of Fortune, and the Temperance. I'm y'all. Please excuse me. I'm not laughing because this is funny. Like this got me thrown. This feels like this was her lover that took him out because he found out about what he did, and she ended up one. She walked away with everything. The wife stayed locked up. Melvin ended up out the way, and she got the money. And like, if it was some work, everything said is alleged and for entertainment purposes only. Oh, this is a Tubi movie. This is a Stars Movie Network series. Baby, they say ain't nothing new under the sun. Talk about a destiny swap. Said allegedly she moved back to Mount Vernon in a house Melvin right hand bought her allegedly. Come on, Isaiah. Didn't I say to her alleged lover? Her alleged lover cleared the board, walked away with the bags. She got a house and some money. He got the work. Everybody was up. Love De Niro. I don't know. I don't think they told him anything about what really happened with his dad. I remember him saying that when he went to college, he looked it up in the library and he found the old newspaper clippings, and that's how he found out what really happened to his dad. I still don't think he knows what really happened to his dad. In his mind, his dad is a street legend. He's wanted to be a dope boy his whole life because of his dad. He's associated himself with dope boys and emulated every last one of them because of his dad. I don't think he knows any of this. And if he did, I'm surprised that she's still breathing. So now she's doing the same thing to him and his kids, and she's trying to take the bag. Interesting enough, you said that because word on the street, allegedly, is that the children are taking her to court over the estate because she's icing them out of the money and they're going broke. Now, I'm going to clear this table. So now that we figured out the last generation, let's figure out what's going to happen with this generation. And is she going to be able to walk away this time, clearing the table, like she allegedly did with his father? Will she be able to get him out the way and his children and walk away with everything into the sunset like she did before, allegedly? Allegedly. Two Pete, this is like a three or a four Pete, because I mean, shit. You gotta remember, actual alleged mom locked up, Melvin dead, that's one and two. Puff's locked up now, that's three. And if she can sweep the children, that's four. Puff put a lot in her name. Most of the businesses in the estates, if it's not in Lou Taylor's name, it's in her name. Remember, he's trying to emulate being a dope boy. So he's putting things in his mama's name the way a dope boy would. Why, I don't know, because he had a legitimate company. But he wants to be his daddy, just like his son Christian wants to be his daddy. Neither of them could measure up to what they think being like their daddy actually is. Damn. Yeah, Mace did say his mama was the receipt. Said every you want the receipts, his mama is the receipt. Everything's in his mama's name. Oh, wait. Okay. Let's look into Janice and these children. Debbie, who's to say that she plans on leaving them anything? We got to remember, greedy people don't think about leaving nobody nothing. It's said they said it was because he didn't want his name attached to the city college deaths. He didn't want to get sued. I mean, but we're talking about years and years later. City College, he didn't even have a fraction of what he has now when the City College thing happened. So to me, that made sense back then. But City College dissipated. They got whatever damages they needed to get out of the company because companies have insurance for things like that. The school had insurance. So it years later, 10 years later, why were you still putting stuff in her name? That makes no sense to me. Not Janice about to buy so many dial wigs. Hell, it's very inexpensive by the way they look. Hell, it don't look like she can smoke a cigarette while wearing them at the same time. She got on them. Oh Lord, y'all remember Living Singles, the Shireen doll? Who who remember the Shireen wig? Ooh, I can't show it on here because I want YouTube to mess with me. Who remember the Shireen dolls? Ooh, the Shireen dolls had flammable wigs. It was Ray Jean had the little dolls named Shireen, and they had the interchangeable wigs where you could change the doll wigs, and the wigs kept catching on fire. Woo! They started smoking. They couldn't put her dolls out into circulation because they was flammable. Oh, whoo! Said they was gonna be Regine's claim to fame. Whoo! How the hell they make the wigs flammable? That is one of my favorite episodes, y'all. All them little wigs kept catching on fire. I said, out of all things, the damn wigs is flammable. Ooh, said Maxie had me cracking up with the jokes on that dial. Oh Lord. Hold on, wait a minute. Okay, I done mixed up the damn cards all type of sideways. Oh Lord. When y'all get a chance, look up Living Singles, Ray Jeans, Shireen Dow. You'll thank me later. Absolutely hilarious. Oh Lord. That woman could buy 5 crates full of wigs straight from China and would not have spent $300. I promise you. Like she got 10,000 wigs and would not have spent $300. Whew. I love this show too. Show me the energy between Janice and the children. It took me a minute, but you're not lying. Whew. Show me the energy between Janice and the children and the money. Janice and the children and the money. Whoo, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Austin. Got them psyllium husk hair. Oh, God. Okay. Whoo, see how this card keep coming out with her? The Fool. For some reason, people just keep falling victim to her. They keep taking this leap of faith, trust in her. And then what keeps popping up? The Seven of Swords, the overlay for the underplay. Can't be trusted. You said that's the next thumbnail. I listen, if I could find that episode with the wigs catching on fire on the little Shireen doll, that will be one of the thumbnails. Yes, remember when Scooter bought her the ponytail from the trip abroad? Yes. Seven of Cups trying to consider their options. The devil obsessing, y'all, is getting kind of ugly. So it looks like how she gets them to trust her or how she gets control over everybody is to allegedly for entertainment purposes only, because who knows if I know what I'm talking about. But it looks like how she gets everybody to trust her and to sign stuff and to make these foolish decisions is to keep everybody inebriated so they don't know what's going on. The moon, the Two of Swords. And then after, everything is everything, boom, they're cut out of the deal. But as long as everybody is, they won't ask any questions. Queen of Cups. So, Lord, this is emotional manipulation because it's like, oh, I love you. You know, you You know, you can trust me. Eight of Cups. People, it's kind of weird because it's like, people are looking at this now like I should have trusted my intuition and walked away. Um, so you got the Page of Swords, which means there's limited communication, but she keeps her eyes on everything and she moves swiftly and aggressively when need be. Page of Pentacles. So, y'all, this feels like she kept him so paranoid about being watched. They watching the businesses that he decided to put things in her name. It feels like at some point in time, allegedly, he started to get very paranoid due to the we'll say the fairy dust usage. Millie did an interview with Tasha K. Interesting. Yeah. Damn. So whatever possible alleged substances that were being used, they caused paranoia and she played on this paranoia. Now it feels like she makes sure that she keeps whatever around, make sure that it's plentiful. Now she don't partake in everything that they partake in because she's got to be alert to watch what's going on. And she's like, oh yeah, we're gonna keep going forward. This is how we're gonna do this, and this. Um, and it seems like at a certain point, Diddy is so out of it due to what it is that he partakes in, him and his company, that he just automatically was like, that's my, I leave that to my mom. My mom takes care of this. My mom takes care of that. But it's not even just about her being a shrewd businesswoman. Y'all, Diddy ain't as smart as people think he is. Everybody has a hand on the pen and the paper, but Diddy. Diddy, when you see him sign things, notice he signs things in front of cameras to make it seem like he is, the businessman. He's the big boss. He's the huncho. He's the jefe. But this is giving me he is the smallest on the totem pole when it comes to who actually runs what. Um, just like I got the energy that Desiree is the real boss, um, Jay is the figurehead. It gives me the same energy with Diddy. Diddy is a figurehead. Things are run by other people. He just shows up to take the pictures and to, look like he's that dude. It doesn't feel like he's been the one really running things for years. He puts on a good show. I'll say that. And see, she manipulates through love, but it feels like there's always a conflict in communication. And when things are truly in love, how do you get conflict in communication? So she manipulates through, love, because, we're talking about people who grew up in a very dysfunctional environment. So they don't actually know what love is. Love feels very transactional here. The Hermit and the King of Pentacles. Y'all, this the communication is starting to get real wonky here with the family. People are starting to feel ghosted. They don't know what's going on. These sons cannot take over the empire. They're not smart enough either. And I'm not saying that to be an asshole. They're not ready. They're not built for it. Yeah, that sounds about right, Justice, for us. Um, King of Cups and King of Wands have women who really run their businesses. Said exactly. It is sad to have been caught up in all of this. Now, Kirk Burrows at a certain time ran a lot, but Kirk Burrow didn't have more control than his mother. Mom is Hefe, and then people check in under her. And then, like I said, Diddy's a figurehead. He comes out. Think about this. Diddy's like middle management. Think about working for a Fortune 500 company, and the owner of the company has a child that's a crash out. Total fuck up. They can't work nowhere else. So you work for the family company, and everybody at the company knows that this person don't really, know what they're doing, but you have to adhere to what they're saying because this is the boss's child. Well, the real boss is Janice. And then there's a tier under Janice that gets things done for Diddy, aka also keeps an eye on Diddy for Janice, because Janice keeps an eye on everything and everybody. And then he goes out and he does the interviews and he does all the preliminary stuff that a figurehead is supposed to do. Yeah, said he acts like a spoiled trust fund baby. Seven of Wands. So now you got, this next generation is trying to stand up for their rights because they're ready to be next in alignment to be the King of Pentacles. They're all ready to, wear the crown, to run the company, but none of them actually are ready to run a company not like this. Yeah, definitely a queen pin. Definitely. Overboss, underboss type energy. And here it is. This is the main reason why they can't run a company. Not just are they immature and spoiled, all y'all do is party and stay inebriated. Party and stay inebriated. The same way their dad is. They're in the same energy. So when you stay on a certain level of zoom zooms and wham whams, you don't know what's going on. You're not able to function. Um, when you start crashing out and you need what you need and you having mood swings, who can work with you like that? Lord, you got the justice card under the moon and death. So y'all, it feels like whatever is going on, they're not going to be able to go to court against her to, get things away from her like they thought. It's going to come to an end very swiftly because the majority of the company is legally in her name. The majority of the assets legally in her name. Bank accounts legally in her name. The only thing that could give them leeway is pretty much they got to pull a her on her because of the government get the season stuff. and investigating. That puts her in the hot seat because she has to prove how she's actually been working and how she's been making money for the company and how she actually is an entrepreneur and show how, she makes her business work. But I'm pretty sure she's got the majority of her ducks in a row when it comes to her paperwork. Man, when I tell you she lined them up good, all she had to do was keep them high, let them fly, and fly bird flags they had on never come down. And while you up there flying, I'm down here planting seeds. All these seeds are going to be my crops. Said Janice about to run off on the plug again. I mean, this is like, well, damn. I mean, what I need her to do is to really stop wearing these $3 wigs, okay? How are you such a finagler and a businesswoman with these damn shiny ass no part invisible part wigs? I need you to invest in some better wigs. King of Swords. She's being watched by the government, y'all. They want to know more about her stability and how she actually is manifesting this money. So it don't look like they're going to be able to get it back from her like they want to. Um, Not while she's alive. And depending on how she got it situated, they might not get it when she gone. This is wow. Said if Janice really wanted to clear the table, she should have taken one of those kids that doesn't live for the spotlight to mold since birth, and that would have kept would you say kept her in the dark and had them take it. She ain't have to do that. She kept everybody okay. Allegedly. She kept everybody high so nobody would be able to contest the crown. See, this is some biblical type stuff. You got to go back to Jezebel's daughter, Athaliah. Athaliah convinced her husband to take out his whole entire family so nobody could attest her for the crown. And then she wiped out her family. One of the handmaidens took the grandbaby and hid him in the temple of the high priest. And they taught him until he was 7 years old. And when he turned 7, they took her life and put him in the throne and gave the throne back to the rightful heirs. Um, she gives me Jezebel and Athaliah's type energy. So they probably don't even remember signing anything. I bet you they don't. You got a 7 of cups to a 3 of cups. That's all you do is party all the time. Stay twisted. Yes, Game of Thrones. Hey, Millie the Mystic. How are you, beautiful? I'm doing great. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, this is some whoo. And she did it all with a Party City wig on. That's what makes it so damn amazing. But I will tell y'all this a old school trick. You keep people strung out, you'll never have to pay them. As long as they're strung out, they never get their cut. By the time they realize they ain't never got their cut, they need the substance more than they need their money. So do you want to fight me for your money? And I cut you off and you can't get what you need to get right, and now you sick and you got the DTs? Or do you want to get what you need to get right and we'll talk about the money later, and I get you so sky high you forget what the hell we was talking about. And like Tom and Jerry, we go through this episode over and over and over again, and you never get what you want. I already got what I want. And unless you gonna sober up and finagle some paperwork and forge some things and sign some things over without her knowledge, and possibly, they find her um, no longer here in the morning with her wig cocked like a pistol, I don't know how you gonna get all of this back. Yeah, that's a cold lick. This a old school crook, not a new school fool. Damn. They can't put one of them cheap wigs in the casket. The casket gonna start smoking like Vampire in Brooklyn. Mm, she crossover. Lord, that shiny wig, they close the casket, it's gonna smell like Frenchies and smoke. So they are trying to fight her back. They are trying to fight her back, but it's a no win. Ten of Wands. It's a battle that they just can't win. They're not equipped to go against this type of this type of dragon. This some medieval shit. They not equipped for this. He said, I find it weird that dad had a mistress named Cassandra and his son dates someone with the same name. I don't find anything weird with this family. This family makes the Adams family seem very boring and normal. If it's weird, it is the norm. So Page of Pentacles, Three of Pentacles. They gotta yeah, y'all, it's like they have to concede because they don't have any money. So they gotta work with her to do whatever it is that they gotta do. Cause dad is in jail. They ain't got no pool since dad is in jail. They ain't got no money. So it's get down or lay down. Damn. Four of Cups. Unrequited offer falling under the Ace of Cups. The grandchildren are finally finding out that the grand madame is evil. Hangman. Checkmate. Said dad messed up not giving them no trust fund that Janice couldn't touch. I would hope that he did give them a trust fund. I know with Justin, he put Justin's name into the royalties so that he would be paid for life. Um, but how that's set up, I don't know. I pray that they got a trust, but they're older now, so when could they have actually touched the trust? I don't know. They should have had access to it already. But see, he likes to control people, and he don't like to give nobody no money. So you always need him, and you gotta come back to him for nickels, dimes, and quarters. And she do the same thing. So it seems like she do this to him, he do this to them, and all the artists, and nobody gets anything. He gets his share, she gets the lion's share, and everybody else pretty much gets iced out. And then they got to go out, the magician, to manifest. They got to put out the narrative she tell them. So you gonna say what I tell you to say. You gonna do what I tell you to do. Damn, she gangster as shit. If you don't say what she tell you to say, you don't do what she tell you to do, you don't fall in line, you don't get your zoom zooms and wham whams, and you don't get your possible alleged monthly stipend. Who would have ever thought, y'all? I mean, I knew she was the Lex Luger of the family, but damn. Yeah, everybody getting that work. Like, she's really a supervillain, allegedly. Whoo. Baby, you better say that, Philly. Everybody on the stroll. She say she did her work. She ain't going outside no more. That's why she gets to wear them shiny ass $3 wigs and call the shots. She 80 and she looked like a black exploitation superstar. She couldn't even go to court for her son without looking like she had stepped out of was that Foxy Cleopatra. She went in the court, y'all, with that big ass wig and those bumblebee glasses. I said, why the hell she go to court looking like JoJo Dancer? Did somebody tell her it was happy hour? Why is she at court trying to be sexy out of the 70s? I said that damn cheetah print she wore. I was confused. Like, you gonna get this man convicted if you don't change this outfit. They gonna know he trafficking. He got old hoes coming to court. Like, ma'am, are you still on the stroll? Oh my gosh, she can't even retire. He got a 75-year-old hoe. She ain't quit yet. Who? Lord, y'all, and I think she thought that was her respectable wig and outfit too. She really did. She really did. I said, y'all couldn't get grandma together in the mirror and tell her um, less Blanche Devereaux, more Dorothy. Lord, you looking like Letitia Blanche Devereaux. Why you coming here with your titties up? You move something, your JoJo dancer pencil skirt, and the wig that's about this big, looking like Jocelyn Hernandez. Mm-mm. She say if the jury don't work, I'ma work the judge. I'ma sit right in front of the judge with my good bra on. You said more Crystal Carrington. No, we ain't gonna do Crystal like that. She more so like off of Coffee. She dressed like she was an extra from the cast of Coffee. Ooh, she looked like at any moment she was gonna jump sideways. Like, stop it, sucker! Like, why you go to court like this? Why? Why, Lord Jesus? Why is she down here at the court looking like her and Ving Rhames about to shoot an action sequence out of 1978? Oh, Lord. Oh, God. Said walking in the courtroom said don't do coffee like that. Oh God. Oh my God. Whew. I just can't. Like, girl, Cleopatra Jones meets the judge. I know it's some things that you need taken care of. Is that anything I can do for you, Your Honor? Woo, woo. Like, damn, I know the lawyers watched her walk in was like, so y'all ain't talk to her about courthouse attire. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. See if she'll sit right behind us and the judge can't see her directly. And it don't make it no better. Quincy ass looking like a neon Nerf ball. His head, he looking like Cisco from the Thong Song. He got the bleachiest of the bleach blonde. and she got the big ass JoJo Dancer wig, and they both in there looking like they about to go on the next episode of Meteor Man. It just looked crazy. Like, why are y'all in court like this? Whew. Damn, Janice. This is crazy, y'all. But you know what? That whole trial, I don't think I seen his sister Keisha one time. When the family walked out, I don't think I ever seen Keisha. Anybody? No, she wasn't there. You said Babs Black American Princess. Oh Lord. She looked like she borrowed one of Grace Jones' stage outfits and went back and picked up three afros and taped them together for maximum density. Okay, so I know I ain't crazy. She didn't appear. Okay, I don't blame her. I wouldn't have came either. I probably wouldn't even been in the state. Let me see something, y'all. Keisha Combs. Keisha Combs. Dent Keisha Combs. Show me Keisha Combs. Show me Keisha. Show me Keisha. Show me Keisha Combs. I don't blame you. Heartbreak. Three of Swords. Ace of Wands. Damn. What? Five of Pentacles. Y'all, she don't want nothing to do with this. She wants far away can get from the lawyers, the judge. She don't want nothing to do with, this whole legal situation. So she pretty much ran off from the family to focus on her marriage, to give her balance through a new beginning. It's like her getting married and moving on pretty much saved her life. Thank goodness for that. Would you say Moonchild? There you go. The card of the truth. Say, yep, she probably knows the truth and everything and decided to exit stage left. This is the card of the truth. And she knew what the truth was when the messages came out, the Knight of Swords. So when things start hitting the news, it was like she already knew the truth and she wanted to stay as far away as possible. She had already separated herself from the family. The Emperor, the Knight of Wands. So she knows about, how he gets down, the things that he does when it comes to his promiscuity. Queen of Swords, Four of Swords, and the Hangman. Yeah, this situation became too much for her to bear. It's like, it got to a stalemate. It wasn't going to get any better. She decided to lay the situation, the relationships pretty much to rest. And she had to be honest with herself and, say, hey, I don't want any parts of this. So I commend her because this is a lot of toxicity. And, it's like she walked away from what could have been a very, very, not this, here's the thing. We're not going to say that she's not living a comfortable life. She walked away from what could have been a very extremely profitable life had she have been in this fold or whatever they got going on. Hi, mommy. Who is your mommy? The trolls tried it, y'all. Said, I wonder who that lady was that they claim was Keisha. Does he have a stand in for her since she separated herself? No, that was her. Dark skinned lady, usually had her hair cut short in a bob. That's her. She just doesn't come around much. Says she probably knows about Melvin's death and dealings. Does her and Diddy have the same mom and dad or just mom? I believe they both have the same parents. Yeah, Six of Wands. She decided to move on victoriously. Yeah, they may not have even known that she had made her plans to move on the way she did, but it was like her getting married was almost like part of an escape route from the family. Page of Swords. So even though she got away from them, it's like they always somehow, some way kept eyes on her. And she just had to get to the point to where she decided to stand her ground, stand up for herself, and limit communication. Like pretty much damn near next to nothing. Said so she probably knew who Janice really was, and that's that way she got the hell on. She knew who the both of them really was. I mean, at one point in time, she worked for Bad Boy. So, she's not oblivious. She knew very well what she was getting away from. I ain't mad at her. Ten of Wands. So this whole case, what all is coming out, she feels like it's too much for her to bear. Um, Ace of Wands. She knows that the house of cards is crumbling down because of her brother's promiscuity. Yep. Seven of Swords, Five of Pentacles, Knight of Wands. Y'all, if this woman ever tell her story, it's like she was willing to walk away with nothing. She was like, let me be strategic, do whatever I gotta do to get out of here. Because Knight of Wands, Seven of Swords, there is so much going on behind the scenes. Once again, with the energy of promiscuity. I'm trying to use better words that won't flag YouTube. Said she probably was so happy to change her last name when she got married. Well, she got married a while ago. She's been married for at least, I want to say, about 20 years, somewhere around there. So she got to change her name and kind of like slide off into oblivion a while ago before any of this stuff became mainstream. So that was one of the smartest things she could have ever done. It was very strategic. So it's like her and her husband, they were able to manifest her being to go in a new direction. So it's like he helped her to escape the family in so many words. He was her Alex Fine. So at least somebody in the family don't want to be caught up in this mess. And I ain't saying she no angel, but listen, when it comes to the way this family operates, it don't take much to be an angel compared to them. So I commend her. Thank God that she wanted to go in a new direction and she didn't want to be caught up in this. Okay, right. Remember, I said she got married in the 90s. So here it is. Somebody says, I think she got married in 99. I remember it was in the 90s for sure because people were saying that she was born in the 90s. And I'm like, there's no way possible she was born in the 90s because she got married in the 90s. Said I had no idea that Diddy had any siblings, let alone a sister. Yeah, her name is Keisha. I remember his sister. But after she got married, she kind of fell back. She, like I said, she used to work for Bad Boy, but she found a way to kind of like segue out. Well, I think when it comes down to any of the children having dealings with other sides of the family, they are very controlling about who they're around. They make people come to them so that they can control the environment and make sure that you're not getting too much information or influencing the children a certain way. Yeah, you got the Ace of Swords to the devil and the High Priestess. She know the truth about where all the bodies are buried, baby. She's not oblivious to anything. There's some high level secrets on some really dark stuff that has not been exposed yet, and she knows. Five of Swords. It seemed like it got to the point where he and her weren't really getting along. He wanted to control his sister like he does everybody else. And she decided Six of Swords. She was going to leave this chaotic, toxic situation for something better. So he couldn't control her. He couldn't control her life. I mean, how many people named Keisha are controllable? Maybe like two or three of them, but for the most part, how many Keishas have you met that are just pushovers? Ain't too many. So definitely because I don't even think the twins go around Kimura anymore. There we go. It said never and none. Yeah, ain't too many Keishas you can just push like that. So, you know, she wanted he wanted her to invest in the family secrets. Okay. She decided to go in another direction because it's like with all they were invested in, she felt like it was a hangman. She didn't want any part of it in the long run. Not it y'all, how do I explain this? It didn't start off this dark. It's like being in a room and just how can I explain this? So you see how this ring light is up? So just imagine you see me, right? And you're just sitting in the room, and each year you work at the company, here it is. And then eventually it's like, wait a minute. Oh no, I ain't gonna be able to do this. It's getting a little too dark in here. That's what it was like working in that company. It didn't start off that way. Right, like a dimmable light. So it's like being a part of a norm. It wasn't a normal dysfunction. This shit was messed up either way it goes. So it's like having a dysfunction that is the norm. Okay, you grew up in a dysfunction that was the norm growing up, and finally we made it. We getting money. It's the good life. It's the brighter side of things, and then it's like, okay, not so bad. I don't really like that, but okay, cool. That wasn't really right. Oh, nope, it's time to go. And here it is. Six of Wands to the High Priestess. She had to just find a way to move forward because it was too much going on. It's like Two of Wands, the bottom of the deck. She had to make a decision. This got to be too dark. It was way too many secrets. It was high level secrets. It was things that could not be discussed with anybody. And it started to weigh heavy on her. So one, Kim sliced and diced Diddy's wrist. He got strung out on the pain pills, and it was downhill from there. Well, here's the thing. Um, it was already downhill. It went from Hades to the third basement of Hades, if that makes sense. He was already abusing her. It was already unbearable. So imagine going from terrible to astronomically horrible. So you got the Judgment card here falling under the Page of Swords, which lets me know that if she knew eventually, if people could see what was going on, that they would be judged for what was happening, and it was going to be an unrequited offer for her cups. She didn't want any part of judgment. She wanted to get out of there. She knew eventually one day people would see what was really going on. Yes. Well, see, I wish I could show you Miss Ladon the way that I see it. It's the because it was already bad. It's the difference between a goon to a goblin. A goon is already bad. A goon is unbearable, but it's the difference of going from a goon to a goblin. He was already physically very aggressive. Okay, he was already on some MMA slapdown type energy before he got into his pill popping super saiyan energy. So it was never a good moment. It may have started off cute because he bought her a few things, and it looked good in front of other people. There were no real good moments. It was always terrible. It just got so unbearable to where it's like, do I even want to live anymore? I have to get out of here. I couldn't imagine raising children in this type of environment. I really couldn't. Y'all got to remember, she already had Quincy. She didn't have the other children yet. He was already putting hands and feet on her when Quincy was the only child. Yeah, from worse to worser. So the sister was witnessing all of this, and she knew eventually the time was going to come when the world would see what was happening and they would face judgment. At least somebody in the family got a soul. Yeah, she took a leap of faith. She wanted to end this contract, this union with the family. She felt burdened. So she was crazy and turned around and had three for that monster. Well, Miss Conceited, here's the thing. This ain't like breaking up with Craig from the post office. We're talking about a man who has police, he has prosecutors, lawyers, He's got security that are rogue. Apparently, they got people in state police, sheriff's department, allegedly in the feds. So if you try to leave this man, you try to press charges before your paperwork can even finish getting the ink on it, those people are going to get you out of that precinct and take you back to him to get more of what you just left. Because people love power, they love money, and they love to be a part of the in crowd. Most of these women that ended up going through this stuff, that went through this stuff with him, they went through this stuff because nobody wanted to be cut out of being in the in crowd. People literally told some of these women, if I help you, then I can't go to his parties. So you mean to tell me you won't help a woman that's been mistreated so that you can go to a party where more women can be mistreated just because you want to be in the in crowd? You that damn lame that you need to be at a party where people could get stuff put in their drink and taken advantage of? I wonder how many of those men who told those women they can't help them because they don't want to be ostracized from the parties, how many of those men got some of those magic potion drinks and couldn't tell nobody? Because I guarantee you, he ain't start doing that in the 90s. He had a done that in the 90s, drugging guys in the 90s. He would have ended up on the t-shirt. Too many men, still were full of plenty of testosterone and they was ready to step back then. He graduated into that morning after situation with those guys later. So literally, how many of those men refused to help the women who complained about being mistreated and ended up in the same situation as those women? That's a hell of a damn oxymoronic situation. And then as a man, who do you go tell that something like that happened to you, especially in hip hop, which is so masculine, and not lose your whole career? Now, it wasn't that they wanted the substances too. You got to realize clout and fame is one of the biggest of the substances that you can ever take. People don't care about what it takes to be famous long as they get it. And then they end up famous and broke. Look real good in front of people, ain't got nothing to show for it. But as long as they look good and they can fake it till you make it, that's all they care about. Yeah, I agree Cassie should have stayed with Ryan Leslie, but who's to say Ryan Leslie life wasn't in danger too? I mean, if he'd go and blow up Kid Cudi car, what was he willing to do to Ryan Leslie? Ryan Leslie didn't look like he was no fighter. Said I think he set up Devontae Swing because he told the girl yeah. You know what, Miss Conceited? I wouldn't be surprised if that's how Devontae Swing ended up strung out. I would not be surprised because he ended up strung out so bad that it was times they would go and do shows and he looked like he was on his way to Whoville. Go back and look at some of those old performances of Jodeci where everybody on the stage was nervous because he was so high that they didn't know if he was going to be able to hold it together. Ryan was much older than Cassie, but he actually loved her. He wasn't going to treat her the way Diddy did. So whatever happened to the guy who carried the umbrella? You talking about Farnsworth Bentley? He got the hell out of Dodge, moved to Atlanta, and got married. He did look like he was out of Whoville. Y'all ain't see that one little braid on his head and he couldn't close his eyes? He was on some serious stuff. Um, you said once a billionaire has their sights on you, do you have a choice? There's always a choice. Um, it depends on how psychotic the person is. Now that's what makes the difference. So everybody with one of those habits that went to those parties need to sue Diddy. So I'm surprised how many people were surprised or worded, and Diddy was like Freddy Krueger. It's crazy because Devontae was very, very talented. I mean, extremely talented. You look at Devontae Swing production and what all came out of Devontae. Devontae, interesting enough, Timberland took off because Devontae fell off. Devontae got so strung out that he just wasn't any more good. He had to sober up to be able to, you know, remotely function. Said poor thing, Jodeci were church boys and he exposed them to a lot. Yeah. But I tell you one thing though, JoJo, Casey, and Fantasia, they got them pipes. Like y'all first cousins the long way. Because Fantasia and Casey got the same singing voice. One masculine, one feminine. Like could you imagine the both of them on the same damn song? Hollering and yelling and singing. Like they would literally sing you off the song. Like you would have to walk out the room and come back. That's a singing family. Her brother got music out now. I can't remember what his last name, excuse me, what his first name is, but he's using his full name. Um, oh, so they first cousin was Stephanie Mills too? Well, yeah, that's a singing ass family then. Because Stephanie definitely can sing. Okay, Rico Barrino, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank y'all. Because I remember seeing his music, his videos, I want to say, was it last year? And he's got a nice voice. He does more of like the Southern Soul type music, the closer to like the trail ride music. Southern Soul, yeah, I would say Southern Soul for sure. But that's a talented family. When I say they can sing, I don't know if they're related to Uncle Charlie, but once again, if they are, hell, y'all keep proving my point. All I know is everybody I seen that's in their family can sing. Well, KC and JoJo are Hadley. I think they're the Hadley family. And Fantasia and her brother are Barino. But shoots, they related to Stephanie? That's crazy. Like all of them can sing. Yes, Charlie Wilson. What you mean? Who is Uncle Charlie? Who else is Uncle Charlie, Miss LaDonna? Now you ain't that damn crazy. Now you ain't see now. Who else do we call Uncle Charlie? It's only one Uncle Charlie in the industry. If it's another one, we don't care. He don't matter to us. He the one that sing the BMF soundtrack that I be singing along with every time the show come on. And every time you drop the bomb on me, I'm right along with him. I wonder what made them get him to sing the theme song to BMF because he fits. He fits. I'm doing good, Lakia, baby. How are you? You said you just had to make sure. So I love that theme song. Yes. Like he sang that theme song. It's times where I run the theme song back, like, yes. Let me go in the kitchen and go find me something to eat. I'll be right back. I'm gonna listen to the theme song about 3 times. And then I can sit down and watch the show. I hate that YouTube won't let us play music on here because I would be playing it right now. That's stuff we can do on Twitch. Said I knew Fantasia, Casey, JoJo, but I saw a video of Stephanie Mills confirming. Like I said, that's a singing ass family. So Devontae beating on Missy and Tim in the studio or something like that. According to the old stories, he slapped everybody but Stevie J. They said you gotta let him slap you. I'm with Stevie J. I ain't gotta do a damn thing. He slapped me. Everybody gonna be on the damn floor. It's gonna be the end of the damn session today. Said I was singing Uncle Charlie in the middle of school. Adult contemporary R&B needs to come back. I agree. I ain't lying. You're talking about you, he gotta slap you. Go ahead and see what's gonna happen. Go ahead and see what's gonna happen. All of the necessary is gonna occur. Everybody gonna need security because it's gonna be all of the furniture getting moved up in here. You slap me. Said it's sad people have to go through that on their jobs. Um, no, what's sad is that people choose to go through things like this because they have a dream and they're willing to lower themselves and their self-esteem and self-worth to realize that dream. Because Stevie J told him it wasn't gonna be no slapping, and he the only one didn't get slapped, which means some of them other folks in there could have stood up and said the same damn thing. We'd have been out there like the wild wild west. Where you take your gloves off and you have a duel and you keep going back slapping back and forth. Oh, it would have been a slap frenzy. This gonna be the last time you slap somebody up in here. They gonna think it's percussion. Record this shit. This gonna literally be a hit. It's gonna be a hit that's gonna turn into a hit. Said now you got me over here singing Uncle Charlie. Said, OMG, I wonder how many people are embarrassed being exposed on what they allowed to get put on with Diddy. I mean, Diddy is only one person. You 80% of the industry got an embarrassing story. I promise you that, if not more. The casting couch ain't just that one studio, whether it's music or television. Green for the money, yellow for the honey. Ain't just Bishop Dime Magic Wine. That's the industry. Y'all gonna see when they get to producing all this evidence about traffic jams. Hey, STS. Oh, most definitely in fashion. Fashion is all about traffic. Said it's been going on since the inception, for sure. You say who? No, you ain't giving nobody damn tickets away up in here. Get your ass out my chat. I ain't never even seen you in my comments talking about you giving away tickets to his comedy show. You don't get the fuck on. How do people think they can come in somebody chat and be rude like that? You didn't even ask the host of the show, can I offer you tickets? Is it okay if I offer you tickets and then you can give some away? Now, see, if I could slap you through the screen, no, you damn lying. I'm pretty sure Corey Holcomb, man, he don't even know about me. He ain't never heard about me, so he don't care nothing about no tickets getting gave away over here. Would you say, man, they don't be ready for your comebacks? I be trying to be nice because my mouth it used to be way worse. So I watched the videos of old Hollywood and they were off the chain. They did unspeakable things. They still do. Ain't none of this new. And think about it. That was back before we had internet or camera phones where you could hurry up and, get some evidence and tell the story. Would you say they're trying to give Cardi B tickets away right now? Well, don't give them away over here. She's selling them for $5. You go wherever she giving them away for $5 and buy them there. You said Angel's quick draw with the comeback. I come from a family full of folks with smart ass mouths, y'all. Playing the dozens was how we communicated. That and music. Ooh. That just threw me off. Like, how the hell you gonna come in my chat? You ain't even said hello. I've never seen you in here. You talking about giving away some tickets. Yep, said the sooner that y'all accept that these people aren't the wholesome individuals they pretend to be, the better. For the most part, the ones that are usually the more wholesome ones, you don't see them hanging out and going to the parties, or they fall back from doing the bigger budget films, or they save up their money and they put their own money into doing their own productions. And those films usually don't get nominated, or you know they they get looked over because they refuse to be a part of that rat race. But I tell you one thing's for certain and two things are for sure. Y'all, nothing tickled me more than Keanu Reeves when he did an interview and said that, he broke down his lineage and he talked about how he was, I want to say he's like part Asian. I don't know if he's half Asian. And he talked about how he's a person of color. Y'all, Keanu stirred up that certain sector of white America. I hadn't seen certain white people that mad since Mariah Carey said that she wasn't white. Yes, she is. Where do you get that from? Um, her. Nah, Keanu don't. Man, like that John Wick whole installment that he came up with, y'all know he almost wasn't able to do that. He ran out of money and they weren't going to be able to finish it. And Eva Longoria, what's her name? Eva Longoria. She gave him the money to finish the production, and that's how John Wick came into fruition. Said Kenny Gardner's at my talent show singing someday for Mariah Carey. That listen, that's why I said thank you, Eva, because John Wick is one of my favorite installments. I want to watch the new one, Ballerina. Said Vanilla Sky. Said Russell Simmons' oldest daughter had on a shirt that said "Yacht Girl" while on a yacht. I mean, well, she actually grew up on a yacht before we ever knew about these Dubai girl shenanigans. Let's just hope that, you know, this is still a part of her affluent life. Now, y'all, something Oh, you said ballerina was good. Something that threw me, and I didn't even notice. Kamora Simmons has ownership in the energy drink Celsius. Y'all, I had no idea that Kamora made $100 million off of her shares of the energy drink Celsius. I see Celsius everywhere. It's in like all the gas stations, the party stores, some nightclubs. I had no idea that she was, a owner in Celsius. So I said, well, at least she, diversified her portfolio, and she kept that money in outside of fashion. So, shout out to her for making really, really good financial decisions. Cause like, damn, 100 million off of Celsius, that's what's up. Says she's a good businesswoman without Russell. And I think that's why Russell kept her around for a while, because she was pulling her own weight. Said I like those better than Red Bull. I'm not an energy drink girl, but I would probably do a Celsius long before I do a Red Bull. Red Bull is terrible on your body. Said I work in the same plaza as the Celsius company, and they got money. I imagine so. I imagine so. I think that's smart too. Says she better because Baby Fat couldn't make a comeback. I mean, when it had his run, it had his run. Baby Fat did what Beyonce thought Darion was going to do. Didn't they have to pay $10 to Florida? I don't know anything about that. Said she's still pushing Baby Fat. Yeah, and then y'all forget that she had her own, cosmetic line. She had KLS. Anybody remember KLS? KLS was the higher end side of the brand. For those of y'all that don't remember, remember Lil Mama? My lip gloss is popping. My lip gloss is cool. At the end of the video, the high end lip gloss that she opened in that metal container, that was KLS. You said her line was pretty decent. Baby Fat 25th anniversary varsity jacket is bomb. I haven't even seen it. She did have the urban fashion game on lock, and she had it on lock at a time when urban fashion was dominated by men. She came in at the right time. Um, I ain't gonna even lie to y'all. I tried to support Darion. I hated every piece in Darion that I ever tried on. Those shoes were absolutely terrible. I bought two pairs of boots, and they look cute, but baby, you get to walk in more than 4 or 5 steps in them. It feel like you got corns that are about to appear from your next 3 lifetimes. Those shoes were constructed horribly. The jeans, Beyonce, you said these pants were supposed to be for people with curves. I felt like the pockets was extra tight on my ass. They was made for people that had crepe booties, not pancake booties, crepes. Said me too. I needed to work at City Trend. Ooh, Lord. Yeah, they were cheap. They were poorly constructed. That was one of the worst clothing lines ever. Darion was terrible. Um, yeah, I remember pastries. Pastries actually were cute. Said they had Tina designing that garbage. I don't know who designed it, but I want my money back. I want to be paid back for the pain and suffering of putting them tight booty ass pants on and then having my ass cheeks go blue. Like, how do you tell us, I don't think you ready for this jelly, and those pants were jelly free? You said Coogee. I like Coogee Australia, not the new Coogee. And Coogee Australia was the second installment, but anything after Coogee Australia, I ain't really like it. City Trends had to keep Darien. They barely was in Burlington. Burlington didn't even want the association. Like, we got 3.5 pairs. We gonna see how that do. Bree, I ain't lying. Anybody in here tried some Darien pants? How did they fit? So I still have a few baby fat pieces. Okay, see, I got a horrible. You left them on the rack. I got a nope. See, I ain't the only one. Those pants gave me nightmares. Guaranteed that those pants were like, if you wear those to the pants, those pants to the bar and turn around, they was guaranteed to repel you from free drinks. You had to keep your back to the bar in those pants. Said no vision. My mom said I couldn't have them because they they weren't flattering. They were not. Apple bottoms was cute, but don't put nothing in your back pocket. You walk right by 'em. Rockaware, I remember those. Said I had a Darien maxi dress and it fit pretty good. See what you said? A maxi dress, not the pants. Listen, we talking about them terrible ass pants and them extra cheap ass shoes. You said like how Abercrombie and Fitch pants fit black women. I've never tried those pants, so I wouldn't know. I've never tried those. I think I had a pair of American Eagle pants, but somebody gave them to me. I don't know how I got them. I think somebody gave them to me. I didn't buy them. Said Darien ended up in Wally World. Ooh, those pants fit like them what they call them Goodfellow pants. Y'all remember when they used to have the Goodfellow boxes and they had them extra tight ass Wranglers and they was super straight leg. Wranglers was some indestructible ass jeans. You could roll down the hill, jump into them, damn near light them on fire, and you still had you a pair of Wranglers. So Darius was what we would call here in Houston. What'd you say? Oh my God, Houston soulful. So we would call them soulful. Ooh, yes, the boyfriend jeans. Lord, look like you about to go out in the backyard and pick up bales of damn hay. Baby, them was some horrible shoes. I had 2 pairs of them. I felt bad giving them away. I ain't even want nobody to suffer like that. Said Lee jeans were the truth. I still got some Lee jeans. I like them. And depending on what high end malls you have close to you, you can go to the Levi store and tell them that you want them to make you a custom pair of Lees, and they fit real good. You said let's not forget Fubu. Um, Fubu's ran a little big, but they were comfortable. They nothing like Darien. Darien was horrific. She never got my money again for nothing else in life after that. Fubu announced a return. I don't even think I care to put on Fubu ever again. It was good while it lasted the first time. Shoot, most of these people nowadays, body so plastic, they not built for none of the clothes that we talking about. They gotta wear Fashion Nova clothes and spandex because they didn't got too much work to wear some of that stuff. Yeah, I remember cross colors. I remember cross colors and damage. I used to keep them damage overalls. Damn it. Oh, that felt old just saying that. Sheesh. Say, do they still make Sasson? Yeah, they where did I see them not too long ago? They do still make those. So you got clown wearing FUBU out here. Not when FUBU first came out. When FUBU first came out in the early 90s, everybody wanted to wear it. But that only lasted a couple years. I said, you love cross colors? Said, I won't return to any of those brands at my age now. Yeah, we definitely dating ourselves. I'm talking about showing our age. Said, cross colors used and damaged. Yeah. I wore more used and damaged than cross colors. Cross colors you had to take to the cleaners. You couldn't wash them because all that damn dye be in your washing machine and then they look ashy. Said I wore a FUBU jersey for picture day in middle school. And my parents were over it. I never bought the FUBU sneakers. FUBU used to have some sweater dresses, and I would buy the sweaters and I would buy the sweater dresses. Yeah, Carl Kanai, I remember those. My grandmother was a seamstress, so she would make me OPP jackets and outfits. I had all types of custom made OPP outfits. She ran that into the ground. And then you had Kwame and the polka dots, and she saw that on Yo MTV Raps, and I had polka dot every damn thing. Couldn't tell her nothing. She was like, I seen it on look. I was ahead of the damn curve. But look, I bet you they ain't got that. I made it for you, huh? Put it on. That said, yeah, Jabot and Sergio Valentes. I loved Sergio Valentes. I'm trying to think. What was trying to think what was the name of those pants they used to fit? Parasucos. Now Parasucos used to fit real good. I don't know if all of y'all knew about Parasucos, but yes, I still got some Gloria Vanderbilts to this day. I got a couple pairs actually. But Parasucos, I don't care if your ass look like two knuckles. Put on some Parasucos. Them little knuckles look good. Said Granny was hooking you up, Sergio and Parasucos. Yes. I'm telling you, you had to have a terribly built body to not look good in Parasucos. You had to be built like American Dad. Yes, a Jordache. I'm serious. You had to be built like Hank Hill to not look good in Parasucos. Yeah, now they can bring those back. I will wear some Parasucos. I never got off into the 7 jeans. Sassoons, yeah. Gloria Vanderbilts. I still got some Gloria Vanderbilt jeans upstairs somewhere. I was never big on Pelly Pelly. I would wear the Pelly Pelly jackets, but I was never big on Pelly Pelly. Yeah, Jordache. Lord, we all back in the 80s and 90s. Have mercy. Iceberg. I didn't wear a lot of iceberg apparel. Said 5411 red. So every pair of jeans, genuine name in those jeans. Baby, if that when I tell y'all that was my mama's song, my mama was like, put my song on. Mama, what song? In those jeans. I said, what is you doing listening to this? You say starter jackets. I wasn't big on starter jackets. Oh yeah. Gators. Yes, yes, ma'am. Bryce, you could be old. I age like wine. I am vintage. You said Guess jeans is your favorite. Guess was real nice when you I want to say until you get between that size. I want to say size 30. Something happened after the size 30 in the Guess pants, and they get to cutting off your circulation. You said I was 13 when that song came out. Lord, I was in my 20s. Tay, where you come from talking about we doing a deep dive? We've already done deep dives. You just got here? You said, baby, my mama kept me less than Guess and Calvin Klein. Calvin Klein makes some quality stuff. If you ever want some really good, like maxi dresses, sundresses, or like those work dresses, Calvin Klein for sure. Like I got some dresses up in my closet that are Calvin Klein dresses, and it's like what was I thinking about when I bought these dresses? I was ready to be on the news in these dresses. They look like anchor woman dresses. Said I like CK Performance line. Yeah, I like Calvin Klein. Period. When it comes to his women's clothes, very very durable. I got a sundress that I bought. I want to say back in 2013, 2014. And it practically looks the same as it did when I bought it. So I will always give him money for his maxi dresses, his sundresses. He said CK perfume had me in a chokehold. I actually liked y'all. I love men's cologne, and depending on the company, I will wear certain men's cologne like Versace. I used to love CK1. I used to love Lagerfeld. What was it? Lagerfeld? Was it Photo? I know it was Lagerfeld. Levine. It's certain colognes that have that really fresh, clean scent, and I will wear them. I will wear men's cologne in a heartbeat, depending on what it is. It's a Polo Sport for men. Um, I'm trying to think. It's one in particular. I can't remember what it's called. Said Curve had you the chokehold. Like, yeah, Cool Water, that was popular. That's definitely back in the 90s with CK1. I remember Nautica. See, I love sandalwood and tobacco scents. Who said you had a couple pair of Bobby Brooks? Said Ms. 1 Million is so fire. Fahrenheit. Ooh wee. I'm trying to think, y'all. It was a men's cologne. When I tell you the early 2000s, everybody had this damn cologne on. I mean, everybody had this damn cologne. I can't remember what it's called, but it was like after a while I didn't even want to smell it anymore because if it was 10 guys, 8 of them had on this same cologne. I'm trying to remember what was it. Wasn't obsession. Versace blue smells good. What? Let me see. Was it something from Dracor? Jacquard, what is it? Baccarat Rouge. Now that smells good. I would definitely wear that. Ooh, Vagari. I love Vagari. I'm trying to think what was the name of this damn cologne? It had an Asian name. Hold on. Men's cologne. Izzy Miyake. That's what it was. Thank you. There we go. Izzy Miyake. I got so tired of damn Izzy Miyake. Everybody was wearing Izzy Miyake at the same damn time. It wasn't that it didn't smell good. It's like, did all of y'all get on a group chat and say we all gonna wear Izzy today? Like, it was nowhere you could go where nobody had on Izzy. Everybody had on Izzy. It got to the point where I got nose blind from smelling Izzy. Like, it just all ran together. Like, the first few times I smelled it, it's like, oh, that smelled good. And then it's like everywhere you went, everybody had on damn Izzy Miyake. Izzy made his damn money. You can't tell me Izzy didn't make a billion off that damn cologne because everybody had on Izzy. You said that Uncle Elroy said that in next Friday. I don't even remember, but I wouldn't doubt it because everybody had on Izzy. Damn Izzy Miyake. So I've been going back to my throwbacks. To me, most of the throwbacks smell better and they last longer. They're like, it only takes a dab and it lasts all day. Like the Givenchy lines, I love Givenchy. Or if you're in the hood, Givenchy. Satis. That's an old school one from that line that still smells good. Yes, I love old school Escada. Vulgari. Eternity was a nice, clean smelling scent. Calvin Klein had a lot of clean smelling scents. Trying to think, what's the one I used to like came in the blue and gold bottle. I ended up getting my nails done as an inspiration from the bottle. We about to see. Oh, you talking Perry Ellis. Boucheron, here it is. Boucheron smells so good. Boucheron smell like bougie rich woman good credit perfume. But for y'all young people, hold on. Let me show you something. This credit smells like expensive. This smell like expensive good credit. And it only takes a dab. Don't put too much on because it lasts forever. Versace red jeans. Oh yeah, you took it back. Wait a minute, I remember 4711 cologne. This the blue one. Versace Dylan Blue. Lord. The first of the year, y'all, I'm going perfume shopping. Jupe. Now I haven't heard that one in a while. Yeah, the Arab perfumes do smell good. Cashmere Mist is a nice one. Yeah, you one thing, y'all, if you got it in your area, invest in going to like perfume stores where it's like the parfum stores, like because the mixture is different. It's stronger and it lasts longer. And you can keep your bottles because you could take your bottle back and get a bottle refill if when you got, expensive. You say you still love Avon Haku, Flower Bomb, White Diamond, Baby Elizabeth Taylor on the other side still making money. Burberry, I haven't smelled Burberry in years. Not just Macy's, like they've got, like perfume stores. That's all they do is sell perfume and cologne, and you could take your bottles back and get refills. You say you go to these Africans that make sense in the body oils. Nice. Body oils work real well as long as you don't have allergies. Tory Burch, Insolence. Oh, you say your mom used to wear white diamonds. See, there go another Givenchy. Very irresistible. Vera Wang had a couple of cute ones too. Said her confessions, it goes hard as well. You say you keep your bottle of 1 million. Jimmy Choo, yeah, Jimmy Choo got some good ones. Y'all, I go to Ulta's. Oh my gosh. Listen, y'all. Let me tell you something. I used to go perfume shopping at Ulta's. Any of my people who go to Ulta's, y'all know how they got them big old giant mesh bags, look like huge laundry bags. I have about 3 or 4 of them. And I go to Ulta's and I will spend about 1,500 just on smell good. Now, I don't do that every year because you don't have to replace perfume that often. But y'all, easy. I'll go in there and spend about 1,500 and stock up on everything at the same time. And the thing I love about Altus is they give you points back. So by the time I get to the register and they run up my points, yeah, it was one time I did that, and the girl didn't know what she didn't know how many points I was gonna get because they didn't have it listed in the book. So when I came back, Tay, we already discussed that. Ain't gonna be no NM6 deep dive today. We already been there. Yeah, well, she had to literally figure out with her and management what my points were going to be because I think the book stopped at 26 and I had triple the points that the book said. So the good thing was when I came back, now I ain't never let them touch my hair, but I had access to like one free salon visit. I could get like free hair dryers, curling irons, a free full size bottle of perfume or cologne. Like I had a lot of points. So I love Altus for that. Like Altus give you good stuff. It don't just be, little cheap knockoffs. And then they had those really, really nice gift boxes behind the counter. And you get some really nice gifts. You said Prada candy. I don't think I've tried Prada candy. I have to smell that one. Listen, my sister just found out about Altus. My makeup selection is ridiculous solely off of Altus because I will go in there if I feel like I want to get a couple of palettes and I'll come out with my palettes and like let's see what's new. And I love that They got people at Ulta's, you know, I don't go to Sephora as much, but I like that they have people that work there that are makeup artists. So they'll help you find your right complexion because you change complexions throughout the year, whether it's hot, it's cold. They'll help you find the right complexion for the right, shade for the season. And, some for me, I don't know about y'all, but it's hard for me with companies to find the right undertone for the makeup. Because even though I come off yellow on the camera, my undertone is very red. So it I love it just for that. You're not just buying something, hoping for the best, and then you got to bring it back. So yeah, they do that at Mac. Austin. Ooh. Okay, so you get what I mean. Like I can wear a really good red lipstick that has a blue undertone, like my ladies who know your lip colors. Like the best red lipstick for me has a blue undertone, like ruby woo or that Russian red, things like that. Like it looks good on me because it's a blue undertone. And those cool tones work because my own undertones are quite red and rosy. But y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and get ready to get off of here. Tomorrow we got membership, and I got a surprise upload. Well, not a surprise really, but it's gonna be for membership. I told y'all at the beginning of tonight who it's gonna be about. We're going to tap off into another angle from the Boy Is Mine tour, and y'all will get it in membership. And it's a deep dive that I think you all will really be into. You said Rihanna's first rib was like that. Yes. It's definitely one that I think y'all will be into. I kind of touched on it when I was doing the Brandy reading last week. But I want to say between Wednesday and Thursday, I kind of touched on it. So I wanted to go further into that whole dynamic. How many of y'all noticed once Ray J called it out and he popped up at that next show, they stopped coming? No, I didn't see that they changed their set, but I noticed that they stopped coming to the show. After Ray J said something and he's popped up at that show, they stopped coming. What is this? Oh, I'm charming. Okay, thank you. That's cute. Said, I like you. I would like to make a date with you. Diamond gear. Okay, you lost me on that one, but I do like diamonds. Is the diamond gear part threw me off. So it was the lip gloss that had the light mirror. Okay, okay. So hey y'all, they thought no one would notice and that someone would say something about it. I like that Ray J stood up for his sister. I do too. I do too. Because it seemed like people knew, they noticed, but people were afraid to say something. I'm glad he did because he called them out, and as you can see, they ran off. Ain't that by nothing? They crediting Beyonce for Kelly's set being improved. Once again, overshadowing the people that are a part of the actual production. Why, thank you, Mr. Nick. I'm glad that y'all bringing that up because everything that you saying is going to be a part of that deep dive that y'all gonna see tomorrow in membership. And I'm gonna make sure I take my time with it. Well, I hit on it last week when I told y'all it felt like it was a business deal. They were looking into something that felt like a business deal. And then when Kelly announced that she was going on tour next year, she was going on a world tour. I said, well, that's really good. Is she really needs to start stepping out and she needs to shine. And I thought about it, and this ain't no shade, y'all. This is just an observation. Kelly, her costumes, it's not like she's changing and she's having multiple changes for her costumes. It's like she comes out, she looks good, and she performs straight through in whatever she wears when she comes out. So if her budget isn't budgeting like that on this show, where's the budget coming from for the world tour? And that's what made me think about the business opportunity, because chances are that world tour is going to be going on tour with Beyonce. And like I said, that's no shade. Kelly looked good. People loved her. They loved her performing. But if you're not giving glam, you're not giving high-end looks on your own set, where in the world are you getting the money to do a world tour? Touring is expensive. So she going to get a loan and they're going to get 50% of it. I don't think that's what that is, Philly. I think they're gonna try to surprise us with some type of Destiny Reloaded tour, because they can't guarantee that they can do a tour for Beyonce's third album. And it feels like allegedly, in my opinion, the Carters need money by any means necessary. So how else can you get people to come out and spend money? Do something nostalgic, something that everybody would want to see. A Destiny Child Reloaded tour. What y'all gonna be this time? What, Women of Destiny? Hell, I don't know. I would hope that Kelly is doing her own tour by herself. I think she can swing it. They love Kelly over in Europe. Kelly actually does better in Europe than she does in the United States. So I pray that Kelly's tour is by herself so that she can shine and she can finally show the world what she's made of. But I will tell y'all this: she put a horrible taste in my mouth on this tour. The way that she let them run around and run amok and make everybody uncomfortable and use her as the scapegoat to throw their weight around in that tour, it made me look at Kelly in a different way. Because Kelly, this was your moment. And no matter what, Brandy thought enough of you to put some money in your pocket and let you shine by yourself. B hasn't done that yet. She dragged you along on this last tour as an onlooker out in the damn audience. When it started getting a little medium, they let y'all come out and perform one song to get everybody hyped up. Why would you let them make Brandy feel uncomfortable when Brandy looked out for you and put you in a position that you weren't in by yourself? I mean, I could be wrong, maybe so, who knows? But That just felt very, very disrespectful to me. And it just didn't come off well. Because here it is, 6, 7 shows. That is the majority of that tour. How many times people had to walk around, tiptoeing around, feeling uncomfortable at work because they wanted to throw their weight around. Baby, she could have told you about your show after that first time she came to see you. She didn't need to be at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 shows to critique every single show and teach you how to perform. You a grown ass woman. You've been performing since y'all were little girls. Whatever you were doing on your set was good enough. Now she could have gave you your little pointers behind the scenes, and we didn't have to know about it. And I really didn't like that Michelle turned around and did a podcast and tried to make it seem like Beyonce was being benevolent. Because to me, it felt like she was overstepping her boundaries. And Michelle, it felt like you had your head so far up her ass, you could find out if she had mucus in her lungs or not. All of that wasn't necessary. Do she come to your shows on Broadway and teach you how to perform and do 6, 7 damn Broadway sit-ins and then come on the stage and stand with you on Broadway and teach you how to stand in the lights and perform? No, you would feel like she was undermining the shit out of you. But it's cute when it's somebody else. How was that a good look? That could have been a private conversation like, sis, I love your show, but I noticed this, this, and this. You know, I ain't trying to be funny, but maybe if you just tighten up these things, it would make your set so much better. Private conversation, constructive criticism in private, not a bad thing. I wanted Kelly to win so bad. This made me look at her in such a totally different way. It's like, do you have a mind of your own at all? You're a beautiful young lady. You're a talented singer, but where is your backbone? Not Michelle with the mustache. Damn. Said, wait, Beyonce was giving pointers. Well, who has the better catalog without the spectacles? I doubt people would sit through Beyonce shows. Well, here's something very interesting that most people don't know. A lot of those vocals, especially in Destiny Child up until Beyonce's first album, were actually Kelly's vocals. Kelly is so good at what she does. She's able to listen to you sing, memorize your pitch, and sing in your tone and pitch and mirror you vocally. Most of Dangerously in Love, which was one of Beyonce's better vocal performances, was actually Kelly singing a lot of that song. That was a song that was supposed to go on the Destiny Child album that they chose not to use on that album, and it ended up on Beyonce's album. Crazy how that worked. So if anything, Kelly don't need as many coaching tips as Beyonce was trying to give. It feels like trying to keep somebody small so that you can continue to play it big. And as long as you keep her small, she doesn't understand how wonderful she is, how big and bold and beautiful her talent is. And she'll always be in your shadow. She'll always be your understudy, and she'll never end up becoming your competition. Said, yes, Tank told it, and he got a phone call. Right. That it really felt very undermining to me. So it's a video where they're trying to To hot note the same. Oh, I guess that's to hit the same note. Took Bay a long time. Kelly did it effortlessly. You just proved my point. Said Kelly always came off as weak. They act like she's a god. It's a turnoff, and I have yet to see Kelly publicly show Brandy love and appreciation. To me, even if she never showed her love publicly and appreciation publicly, the appreciation that she should have showed Brandy was the respect of not letting the people who came to see you walk all over her and make her feel uncomfortable. They should have never been able to come see you and make Brandy feel ostracized at her own show. You should at least give her that respect. She's putting money in your pocket. Said, is Kelly using the first law, never outshine the master? Who the hell made her the master? That's the real question. Who made her the master? Kelly's the stronger singer of the two. So who the hell is the master for real? Kelly has a strong gospel choir voice. Beyonce took years to develop where she is now to sing out the way she does. Kelly's always had that voice. She's always minimized herself to make sure that she didn't outshine her. She's the more talented one. She's really the better dancer, to be honest. Said, I remember when that song Motivation came out, I knew she could hold her own and was in competition with that song was everywhere. Yeah, Motivation was hot. And I definitely love that they did that contrast with her and the male dancers. Like I thought that was a nice touch in that video, even though it felt a little weird in some points. I don't feel like Kelly needed Beyonce either. Poor baby, she's been trained to take the back seat. I don't think Kelly realizes how amazing her vocality really is, her talent. It's her time. She needs to step out and let the world see who she really is. Let us hear the real Kelly. It's time. Said I know Beyonce hated that Motivation was so fire. I feel like she felt that way about Latoya Luckett's Regret, because Regret was hot and Regret was everywhere. And remember, they said that her and the other girl, um, Latavia, couldn't sing. Latoya came out with Regret, and Regret was everywhere. It wasn't a club you could go in and Regret wasn't playing. Yeah, Torn was a smash too, and I loved that Latoya when she did that last project, how she did a video story where we had to follow along the story and her boyfriend and how they broke up and he was trying to get back with her. I was like, damn, where's the next installment? I'm nosy. I like this. Said Latoya's album was good, no skips. Yeah, it said it was paid to not play Latoya's music. Well, I know a program director from here who's no longer with us, and he went out of his way to make sure that song got played. And thanks to his effort, that song made it to number one. Said that way Beyonce was going to reap what she sowed. Well, it's starting to look like she's losing that razzle dazzle. It's like that it factor, that thing. It's starting to fade. Yeah, that video of her sliding to the side when Brandy walked by backstage. Baby girl, why you sliding to the side like You said that's why she doing the Met Gala. I mean, I feel like she should have did the Met Gala a long time ago. Yeah, Latoya is beautiful. I mean, all those girls were pretty. They were nice to look at. Funny enough, back in the day, like back in the 90s when Destiny Child, the original lineup came out, I'll never forget being in a barber shop. And they said that Latoya had the face, Latavia was the cute chocolate girl with the body, Kelly had the Donna Summer legs, and it's like it was a toss up between Kelly and Beyonce, but none of the guys in the barbershop picked Beyonce first. They said all the girls were beautiful, all of them were pretty, but they never none of them picked Beyonce first. So it was amazing to see how the next album when they released the other girls from the group, how they made Beyonce the focal point of the group, and things started picking up from there. Said I saw this clip from 106 in Park, and the vibe where she was giving free LOL attention was thick. Baby, she ain't want it with free, and it's crazy because she got a song with free on the Fighting Temptation soundtrack. Fast crochet. So is her setup with the Met Gala going to be a part of Act 3 rollout? Could be, but I'm looking more at the timing because Anna Wintour just retired. So you're coming to the first Met Gala without Anna Wintour. Why weren't you at the Met Gala throughout the majority of your career with Anna Wintour? Why were you avoiding Anna? What is that? You come back the year she retires? That's saying something to me. Do you think Nikki will attend? I mean, why not? She's got an album coming out, and they love Nikki. Nikki's always a crowd favorite. Said I thought she stopped going because of Solange. I don't know why she stopped going, but Anna is the boss. How do you wait until Anna retired and now you're coming back? Said Anna will be there. She's no longer the editor at Vogue. She retired. So even if she's there, she's not in control of the evening. That's what I mean. So the judge in Demore's case approved admission of the body cam footage. Oh, that's a good look. Said I have a conspiracy theory that Beyonce was supposed to go solo after Destiny Child's second album, but Latavia and Latoya spoiled her plans. I don't believe that, and I'm gonna tell you why. Beyonce vocally was not ready to go solo. You got to go back to Destiny Child and listen to Beyonce's voice back then and listen to her some years later where she finally developed more vocal range. See, they tested out on the Austin Powers soundtrack if she could hold her own on a solo track, and the Austin Powers song bombed. They had to prepare her. That's why they needed Kelly to stay by her that whole time because it's really her singing with Kelly that trained her to sing better, in my opinion. Kelly was always the stronger, better singer. She became better singing with Kelly, not the other way around. Beyonce was not ready. Those runs that she was doing, that first and second album, Beyonce was running away. Them runs ain't had no damn seasoning on them. You could tell she didn't learn those vocals singing in a black church. When you learn to do runs in a black church, you could feel that music going up your spine. Her runs just They felt very Pat Boonish. It wasn't no seasoning on them damn runs. She run the hell away and just keep on running and keep on running and overdo it, and they didn't sound like too much of shit. So it took her more training. She needed more vocal range and dexterity. Just like when Usher first came out. He sound okay, he sound good, but it took Usher, developing his vocals after his voice changed. It took him a minute to come back. Like the My Way album was okay. Uh what is that? The Was it the next album? Okay, that's cute. Confessions. Confessions, Usher was in his bag, and vocally, it's like, oh, he arrived. He arrived. Yes, 8701. Thank you. 8701, nice album, but solid album. He got to Confessions, and it's like, oh shit, he's here. Said Dangerously in Love. She was hella extra with those runs. But most of Dangerously in Love was Kelly's vocals. That's what y'all don't know. The majority of those vocals were Kelly's vocals. Yeah, I don't know why y'all paying any attention to that story of what happened in the elevator all these years later. You got to think about what else is going on in their life that they would rehash that old tea and heat that back up. Who in this generation gave a damn about that elevator fight? Nobody cared anymore. So why are we bringing that back to the public to talk about? Oh, they got into it because he complimented the other woman's dress. What? Ain't nobody beat the shit out of him like that for complimenting somebody else's dress. It was more than that. Yeah, Kelly did eat down on emotions. That tea was pissed. Like we didn't need that. It wasn't even for damage control. I think they needed to distract us from something. Like, why are we bringing? But notice, matter of fact, y'all think about this. They gave us that old lukewarm piss and tried to pretend like it was tea, talking about fashion and the fashion designer this and the fashion designer that. And now we get this. Beyonce's going to be at the Met Gala. They pulled a Cardi B on us. They gave us some drama to do a rollout for telling us that she gonna be at the Met Gala. Why y'all couldn't just say Beyonce gonna be at the Met Gala? See how crazy that look? Why you need drama to tell us you gonna be at the Met Gala? Just make sure you look good. Don't let them dress you the way they did Cardi in that green suit that looked like it was made out of damn couch upholstery furniture fabric from 1976. Said when the real story was Brandy was clear of that car accident as well. But it destroyed her career though. Once people heard what they heard, whatever was said, it took Brandy out of contention to be number one. Because see, people in this generation, they don't know how big Brandy was during that time. Brandy had movie deals, she had Barbie dolls, she had a television show. People forget or they don't know, depending on the generation you're born in, that Ashanti was way over Beyonce when it came to those sales and those numbers and rotation. Ashanti was on Beyonce's neck. Beyonce could not keep up with Ashanti's motion until the feds hit Murder Inc. That whole company got tied up in all that foolishness, and that took all the momentum out of Ashanti's career. Everybody that was somebody was moved out of the way before Beyonce was able to move up. And then boom, here's her solo album. Feels like, in my opinion, everybody who was ahead of her that would have sold number one was neutralized. And then she puts out her album, and nobody's career was the same. Now here it is. It feels like she's cooling down, and all of these people that were hot at that time are starting to warm back up. Their careers is back. You got Carrie Hilson. They admitted that they set her up, and now she's back. You got Maya. Maya's re-releasing her old music, and she's getting ready to get back out here. All those people that were hot back then are now getting their momentum back. To be honest with y'all, now that I think about it, Beyonce wasn't even keeping up with Monica, because Monica was she was on that upswing at that time. Yeah, it is all being returned. Said Ashanti re-recorded some of her music and it sounds good. That's what's up. I mean, you could say they carry a fool for that, but here's the thing: you're talking about the producer and all of these other people that are in corporate, that are behind the scenes, that are also hyping her up to do this. This wasn't just no regular people. She was an up and coming artist. And when you're an up and coming artist, you don't have the creative control over your career. You pretty much do what's been lined up in front of you. Now the one who finally apologized to her for that was Esther Dean. Notice we don't talk about Esther Dean no more. Right. Carrie felt like she had to, right. And who in this generation talk about Esther Dean? Most of this generation don't even know who Esther Dean is. And Esther Dean is a dope writer. Right, says she was on fire too. Esther Dean is a dope writer. This generation don't know who Esther Dean is. But you said Esther Dean had the one song with Chris Brown and she faded to the back. Well, she was always in the back. She's a writer. She Y'all say she fell off. She never fell off. She was a writer. Esther Dean ain't never stopped writing. Y'all gotta understand how much money the writers make. Now writers don't make that kind of money now. They screw the writers in this generation. But Esther Dean was getting her bread. Her pen was penning. Her and Sean Garrett, they was back and forth. So she made her money to where, right, she did super bass. As I said, she done been on some hits now. If you know your credits, she done been on some hits. Sean Garrett did Massive Attack. Like they were the ones that was writing during that time. There goes another one. Didn't she do super bass? Yeah. Well, I thank you, Randall Allen. But y'all, let me get out of here. because we get to talking music, and I will be here all night. I got to get up and stretch. And membership, I'll see y'all twice tomorrow because y'all got a video, and then you also got a live out of me tomorrow night. Everybody else, I will see you on Twitch Friday night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Allegedly Friday. Yeah, that was a big one. Rihanna's Rude Boy SNL. Y'all know y'all credits. Come on now. Somebody know their credits. They all know y'all writers and producers. So I will see y'all. I gotta go wrap this hair up and shut my house down. Y'all, I started the in-house garden and my seeds are already sprouting. I'm excited. But people in membership, we'll talk about the garden and stuff sprouting tomorrow. Good night, y'all.